Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the joint Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority meeting. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Confirmation of a quorum, City Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, confirming a quorum.
Thank you. We have one item in closed session this evening. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, one item, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The city representatives as identified on the agenda. The employee organizations under discussion include Units 5, 7, and 8, the City of Santa Clara Employees Association, and Unit 9, miscellaneous unclassified management employees. Thanks, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. So now, before we go into closed session, is there any public comment on this closed session item? If so, please come forward.
Madam Mayor, you have cards already in the queue.
I do?
Yep.
Okay, very good. Annette, please come forward, followed by Gary.
Annette will have 10 minutes. She has had time given to her.
All right.
Thank you. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. I'm Annette Dirksen, the Santa Clara Employees Association Unit 5, 7, and 8 President, and I am before you and our members, both here and online, I hope you can see them, to share an update with you on our contract negotiations. As I'm sure you are aware, the SCA has been without a contract since ours expired at the end of 2023, more than 2 months ago now. You may recall from a previous email I sent to each of you that shared feedback from our members and their concerns regarding the city's last best and final offer received in December. I would like to remind you that our vote on this offer was absolutely historic in every way, a historic turnout and a historic no vote. The SCA has never voted down a last best and final offer from the city. This outcome illustrates how the SCA has begun to shift into a different organization in recent years and how conditions in the city have changed as well. Our members are willing to stand strong for a contract that is not only economically fair, but one that addresses significant language issues for our members, mainly dealing with critical safety issues for employees. Historically, the SCEA and city have always found a way to work together and come to a successor MOU agreement. But for unknown reasons, negotiations have become increasingly challenging. It is concerning that we need to address safety concerns as part of our negotiations on a successor MOU, instead of city leadership effectively working through our concerns. We strongly encourage the city to draft language that addresses not only the safety concerns that we are currently facing, but also reasonable language to ensure that all members, when eligible, are able to receive benefits of citywide policies, such as alternate work schedules or flexible workplaces. Choosing to ignore our concerns with no response or rejection of language cleanups is simply not acceptable to our members, especially when it comes after years of trying to work with the city to address these concerns. As you know, our unit has already given many concessions to the city to help the city through trying times, and that is partially why now the city can afford to move $20 million into a CIP budget. As previously mentioned, 49% of our classifications would qualify for the Financial Rate Assistance Program, FRAP, from our utilities at Step 1. With the current city's proposed wage increase, that number does decrease to 42%. This number is still too high. Additionally, all but 7 of more than 130 classifications in Units 5, 7, 8 at Step 1 would qualify for an affordable housing rental according to the current Santa Clara County rent and income limits. We would also like to share a concern that the SCA has regarding the city's handling of contract negotiations. There seems to be a trend that contract negotiations are winding up in mediation, fact-finding, strike votes, something that has not been common practice prior to the last couple of years. The SCEA has come to every negotiation meeting ready, willing, and prepared to bargain and reach an agreement. This does not appear to be the stance the city has taken. Instead, weeks, months have been spent at the city's request walking through walking the city through every item listed on our written ask, not once, not twice, but many, many times, as well as educating the city negotiating team about the benefits that our colleagues are receiving and we are not. It has appeared to us that the city's negotiating team was not prepared for negotiations and had not done the necessary background work, including reviewing our current MOU and those of other city units before negotiating. This clearly is a tactic that was meant to stall the negotiations process, which has forced the SCEA into the position of making retroactive pay necessary. This is not acceptable. We have come to the table prepared each and every meeting, and it is our members who will be the ones to carry the burden to process the retro pay, an example of unnecessary increased workloads. We strongly encourage the city to strive for a timely successor MOU for all bargaining units moving forward. The changes in the city's negotiation practices benefit no one, and if continue, will further damage the city's already fragile relationship with its employees and can ruin its reputation as a good place to work and the center of what's possible. The SCA has and remains committed to working as a partner with the city to improve our members' total employment experience, thus providing them with the support they need to safely and effectively provide our community with the services they have come to expect from the City of Santa Clara. Through all of this, our SCA members have continued to fill vital and crucial roles at the city and in the community. It is time for council to solidify their commitment to the employees and to the entire Santa Clara community by approving a fair and reasonable successor MOU for the Santa Clara Employees Association. Of course, myself, our officers, and our negotiating team are available to meet with any of you if you'd like to discuss any further updates. On behalf of all of our 280-plus members of the Santa Clara Employees Association, we appreciate your time this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Annette. Gary, followed by Jimmy. Welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and esteemed council. Many of you know me from my past role with Unit 6 as the president of Unit 6, but I'm not here in that capacity today. I have gotten a promotion. I am now a member of Unit 5, 7, and 8. What I'm about to say is not at all a official statement of the SCEA, as I am not on the board. This is coming from you, or to you from me as a resident and as an employee of Santa Clara. The first point I'd like to make is going back to keeping the benefits that every unit gets somewhat equal. I didn't realize when Unit 6 got some of the extra benefits that we got, the way that that does erode the morale of the workforce. And a workforce, the productivity of a workforce is a direct correlation to the morale of that workforce. After I've promoted up and I see the benefits that I'm now missing, it does cut away a little bit at my morale. I almost want to say I'm sorry that I had pushed for some of those extra benefits at that time, not realizing what it's doing to the other co-workers. I would encourage you all to not only authorize the city management team to equalize those benefits, but to encourage them to equalize all those benefits as a first step to improve employee morale. The second point I'd like to make is it's been heard several times by management that City of Santa Clara employees are some of the highest paid in the state. I accept that as the truth. I also accept as the truth that goes hand in hand with the extreme cost of living here. This is one of the highest cost of living areas in the state. I did have one more point I wanted to make, but I'm running out of time, so I will stop at that point there and just encourage you to authorize and encourage the city's negotiating team to come to a respectful successor MOU. Thank you.
Thank you. Jimmy, please come forward. Welcome.
Hi, I'm a building inspector with the city. I've come to you today in my work clothes. I was in an attic today. I was under a floor today. I called electric control to disconnect a unsafe electrical installation. I'm working hard to keep residents of Santa Clara and businesses in Santa Clara in safe buildings. I live in Santa Clara, My family is falling further and further behind. My raises need to keep up with inflation. I need to be paid enough to live in Santa Clara. I worked hard today, I earned a shower, and I also earned a living wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Jimmy. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? All right, thank you all for your testimony and thank you for your service to our city. We are now adjourning to closed session. We'll be back at 7 p.m. Thank you. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to our Santa Clara City Council Stadium Authority joint meeting. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Could you please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance and remain standing for our statement of values? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
As we gather, we humbly seek blessings upon this meeting. May we act with strength, courage, and the will to perform our obligations and duties to our people with justice to all. Let us seek wisdom so that we may act in the best interest of our people, our neighbors, and our country. All this we ask so that we may serve our community with fairness and respect, putting their needs before all.
Thank you. Please be seated. City Clerk?
Councilmember Board Member Watanabe. Here. Councilmember Board Member Shahal.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Hardy.
Present.
Councilmember Board Member Park.
Here.
Councilmember Board Member Jane.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Becker.
Here.
Mayor and Chair Gilmore.
Here.
Thank you. The AB 23 announcement. Members of the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, Sports and Open Space Authority, and Housing Authority are entitled to receive $30 for each attended meeting. Statement of behavioral standards. The City of Santa Clara has adopted a code of ethics and values and behavioral standards for public meetings to promote and maintain the highest levels of conduct. This includes mutual respect, robust discussion, and allowing city business to be done in an efficient and consistent manner. Please note that as a presiding officer, the mayor's and chair's direction in matters of process and decorum should be followed, and that use of the gavel indicates all conversations must conclude, and everyone in attendance should come to order and attention. Welcome and thank you for your participation. For those joining us this evening in the capacity as a registered lobbyist, we ask you to please identify yourself as such and disclose the clients and/or organizations that you may represent. This is pursuant to City Code Section 2.155.110. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So good evening, everyone, and welcome. For today's meeting, the council's back in person and is conducting its meeting in a hybrid manner. The public is welcome to attend in person, and the city continues to use the Zoom feature to allow participation from the safety of your home or office. Members of the public can still join via the link and/or call into the Zoom meeting phone number shown on the screen now. If you would like to speak on an agenda item or during public presentations, please raise your hand on the Zoom application or press *9 on your phone. Please only raise your hand while the item you're seeking to speak on is presented. Staff will enter your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number, and I will call on you to speak. As a friendly reminder, members of the public have 2 minutes to speak on an agenda item and 3 minutes on public presentations. Those are reserved for topics that are not on the agenda. Prior to each agenda item, staff will lower your hand to ensure members of the public are seeking to speak on the appropriate item. So we'll move to the agenda now. Reports of action roll call. Oh, you did that. Reports of action taken in closed session. City Attorney.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Council did meet in closed session on the one item listed, both bargaining groups, and there was no reportable action.
Thank you. Continuances, exceptions, reconsiderations. Do we have any? Don't see any from the public, staff, or council. All right. That moves on to our first special order of business. So let's see, 2A, yes, okay. As a special order of business this evening, the City Council is honored to proclaim March as Women's History Month. This is an opportunity to celebrate women across every sector: athletes, civic leaders, CEOs, entrepreneurs, mothers, and activists. We are delighted to have the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative, and many of you know them as BOSSI, joining us this evening. BOSSI mobilizes the women's sports community to engage, inspire, and empower girls in under-resourced neighborhoods, as well as children with disabilities. With us this evening to accept the proclamation is Vanetta Thomas of the Bay Area Women's Sports Initiative. Vanetta, I'd invite you to the podium to speak. Welcome. let's turn that on for you.
Thank you, Mayor Gilmore. As the mayor said, my name is Vanetta Thomas, and I'm the current Director of Partnerships at BOSSI. And I just want to, on behalf of BOSSI, I am so pleased and would like to extend our gratitude for the recognition of Women's History Month. Nationally, less than 25% of youth coaches are women. In addition, less than 1/3 of girls have opportunities to play in park and recreational sports leagues. At BOSSI, our amazing team of coaches not only are women, but we serve over 1,000 youth every year at no cost to about 20 school sites across the South Bay and Peninsula. As we enter Women's History Month and acknowledge all that women have contributed to our society, we must also emphasize that there is still a lot of work to be done in leveling the playing field. Published data has shown that girls who play sports become women who lead. Over 85% of women who work in the C-suite of Fortune 500 companies noted that their time playing on sports teams contributed to the development of life skills that led them to their leadership in businesses today. Yet, boys have over 1 million more opportunities in youth sports compared to girls. By increasing our girls' access and interest in sports, we are also developing leadership opportunities and career pathways. As BOSSI continues to serve young girls throughout the South Bay, we envision a world where barriers and inequities for women are removed. Thank you to the City of Santa Clara and your continued allyship.
And thank you for keeping our young people inspired and empowered, especially our young girls. And thank you, BOSSI, for what you've done in our Santa Clara schools. We really appreciate it, and we'd like to see that you're growing around the county and around the Bay Area. We appreciate that. So Vanetta, if you'd like to join us up here for a photo, we'd like to present you with this proclamation. Okay, thank you. So for our next special order of business, we're having this for the very first time. This year marks the 3rd annual Divorce with Respect Week. This week was originated by Collaborative Practice, a nonprofit organization, nonprofit association that specializes in helping divorcing couples navigate the process of divorce with empathy. Collaborative Divorce offers a path forward during divorce proceedings that emphasizes collaboration rather than conflict. With us this evening is Melissa Lennon, a licensed marriage and family therapist right here in Santa Clara. So I'd like to invite Melissa to the podium to share a few words with us. Melissa? Oh, Brenda too. Thank you. Welcome, both of you.
Thank you. Thank you, City of Santa Clara.
Can you speak in the microphone so everyone can hear you at home? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, City of Santa Clara. Thank you, council members and mayor, for helping us shed light on how we can develop more peaceful pathways through divorce, more family-centered and low-conflict options. Collaborative divorce is one of those pathways, as well as mediation and co-mediation. And the purpose of Divorce with Respect Week is to raise awareness of these other options, as well as to bring more well-being to families during this process and even after the process. As we all know, the process of divorce can take quite a while, and oftentimes there's a lot of negative results for the children and the parents. And our aim is to reduce the conflict, to improve the divorce process for everyone involved. There are about 120,000 married people, men and women, in Santa Clara, and approximately 40 to 50% will divorce. So I do see this as having an impact right here at home. As you know, I'm a licensed marriage and family therapist, live and work here in Santa Clara, and got my graduate degree in mental health at Santa Clara University. So I'm just completely, it's wonderful, and I'm touched that Santa Clara is endorsing this endeavor. It is growing from a statewide and local endeavor to a national level, from the state of California 3 years ago to 15 other states being involved now. As a divorce professional and collaborative divorce, I work as a divorce coach on a team of other divorce professionals who are all specially trained to bring low conflict, to help families navigate these very difficult waters at these very difficult times. And so Brenda is a colleague of mine. We're both on the executive committee for Collaborative Practice Silicon Valley, and I'd like to hand the microphone to her.
Thank you.
I'll be really brief because I know time is of the essence. So my name is Brenda Avila-Kintz, former electrical engineer turned realtor. My first exposure to collaborative practice was working with my first seller. My very first career seller I worked with was in 2007, and it was a couple that had made their marital settlement agreement decisions based on the assumption of equity in their house. And if anybody recalls 2007, there were homes that did not have equity. I found myself really wanting to do the best for the clients and internalizing a lot of their strife and going home and having blinding migraines. And I took a course, thankfully, from a Tennessee attorney who introduced me to the concept of collaborative practice, which was started in the 1980s by a Minneapolis practitioner, Stu Webb. He found that he had completed a court case and the family was dragged through the mud, and he won on all the critical points he wanted to win on for his client, but the family was left in shambles. And he came out of that just thinking there had to be a better way. So I've had the pleasure of being a member of Collaborative Practice Silicon Valley for over 10 years. Collaborative Practice Silicon Valley is one of many chapters throughout California, which is part of International Association of Collaborative Practice. And it's a worldwide organization of very seasoned professionals, legal professionals, attorneys, mental health, financial planners, that feel that there can be a better way, that we can put, especially in cases where there's children, that we can put children at the center of the divorce rather than on the wayside as collateral damage. So it is my honor and pleasure to be here with Melissa representing Collaborative Practice and Divorce with Respect Week, because divorce sometimes is a necessary milestone or transition in family, in a family, but it doesn't have to devastate a family.
Thank you for that. And the reality in this world is divorce does happen to a lot of people, and I like the fact that there is a resource out there to help, because it does tear families apart. And when I first saw Divorce with Respect Week, I thought, oh, what is that? But I really appreciate you coming, and on behalf of the council, we have a proclamation for you we'd like to present to you. But thank you for bringing this to our attention, bringing it to the light, and letting people know that there is help out there, especially families with children. Thank you. So if you'd like to join us up here. Okay, thank you for that. Next, we have our consent calendar. All items are approved with one motion unless an item is pulled for discussion. Do I have a motion?
Motion?
Motion second. Is there anyone from the public that would like to pull any consent calendar item or talk about a consent calendar item? All right, seeing none, City Clerk? Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you. The next item we have is public presentations, and I think we probably have some cards for public presentations. All right, Vicus, if you'd like to come, followed by Karen. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council members. My name is Vikas Gupta, and today I represent myself as a private citizen. I'm happy to report that the past weekend, we had another kid from Santa Clara Swim Club get an Olympic trials cut. He's just 14. He also broke a 2014 national age group record set by Olympian Michael Andrews. That in turn was a record that was set by Phelps in 2000. Another kid broke yet another Phelps record set in 2000. That kid used to swim with Santa Clara Swim Club, but left after being frustrated by the frequent shutdowns of ISC. My point being that we have such excellent talent in our community, and despite the adversity, these kids demonstrate resilience and continue to develop their skill. Meanwhile, what are we as adults doing to help them? The ISC was shut down on January 12th. It took 2 weeks to share the report for why it was shut down. It has been over a month since the Honorable Council made specific directions for the staff, staff to perform certain actions, yet there's no item for update on today's agenda. Am I surprised? No. This is the state of the affairs. But if this was a state of affairs at a private corporation, I think the consequences would be very different. That's not how partnerships are developed. That's not how customers are handled. So what can we do? First, as I requested previously, please improve our communication. Secondly, please find the will and synergies to make things better. The community is willing to help make things better. We just have to go that step, that extra step. Thank you.
Thank you. Karen, come forward, please. Welcome.
As Vic has said, it's been more than 30 days since the staff was directed to look at the situation with the pool. One of the directions was, can you reopen the pool using trailers for restrooms and showers? And we haven't heard anything, although you asked for a 30-day, like, get back to people. We have heard nothing. The clubs are losing members, and as you've heard, they're swimming really well still. But those parents will leave and they will go to other pools, and Santa Clara will not have any champions. You're snuffing out these clubs. You're suffocating them by not offering the place to swim that you've always offered. I've asked that an item be put on the agenda. I asked it 3 or 4 weeks ago, and no items have been on the agenda, and no updates have been provided by the city. If I were an executive at a company, you would all be fired for lack of response. Even a response that says, we'll get back to you at X amount of time, but we have gotten absolutely no response. I don't consider this to be acceptable. I've lived in this city for more than 40 years, and your performance is awful. Please take action. Please update us before all of the people who used to swim at the International Swim Center leave.
Thank you. Anyone else? Any other members of the public? All right, City Manager? Can we please have on our next agenda an update for the swim center? Can we please have an update?
Sure, Mayor.
Community?
We can have an update for the community, as well as staff has set up monthly meetings with the 3 swim clubs. The next meeting is actually scheduled for this Friday with members of all 3 swim clubs. And as you know, updates have been provided to the city council. I will also say that staff has been following up and has met with the health department. We are currently awaiting a report from the health department. We do envision that there may be a path to reopen the swim center. However, it will be several $1 million in order to do so. And so, as we said before, we will have to balance that with all of the other needs of the city, as well as the other alternatives for the International Swim Center. It is quite a bit of work that staff is undertaking. We understand that there have been a number of community members impacted by the closing of the ISC. Unfortunately, the sad reality is the facility was unsafe and it needed to close. We are working dutifully to identify opportunities for the swim clubs at other facilities. We are certainly working with leadership in the swim clubs and will continue to do so. And we will also work on a path to make sure that that information is being disseminated to all of the members of the various swim clubs. And certainly we will, at your request, have an item on the next city council agenda.
Yes, because I'm just curious if the health department said we have to put several $1 million into that pool, those pools. I would like to know what that entails. Okay, so next Tuesday on the agenda. Is that all right with the council, next Tuesday? Okay, yeah, but very short.
Very short. City manager, I think the communication is broken between the different stakeholders. Looks like they are not getting the information. If city is contacting their heads of the 3 swimming clubs, then everybody else is not getting the information. Can you please describe how you are communicating with them and who should be their source of information at their end?
City attorney, can we go into this?
I'd prefer not, Madam Mayor. I'm hearing interest on this, and I think the city manager is too, as part of his follow-up and report next week.
And if you're meeting with the clubs, great, but for the greater community at the council meeting next Tuesday. Thank you. All right, we're going to move on now to public hearing general business. We have the first is item number 5, public hearing to rezone request from MP Planned Industrial to HO/RD High Intensity Office/R&D for the properties located at 2421, 2431, 2441, and 2451 Mission College Boulevard to align zoning with general plan land uses, and I'm going to declare the public hearing open. So, City Manager?
Sure. The item that is before the City Council is to consider the rezoning of a site on the northern side of Mission College Boulevard with 4 existing office buildings. This rezoning would expedite the re-tenanting of 3 of the buildings by Sutter Health for medical purposes. The purpose of the rezoning is consistent with the city's general plan designation on the site for high-intensity office and R&D. Staff is recommending approval. Tonight's presentation will be provided by Acting Community Development Director Rena Brio.
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. So for the item for tonight is for the City Council to consider an action for a property that has an address between 2421 and 2451 Mission College Boulevard. The specific request by the applicant is to rezone a contiguous site that currently has a zoning district of MP, which is planned industrial, to a different district, which is high-intensity office and R&D. And this is for the properties that have the address 2421, 2431, 2441, and 2451 Mission College Boulevard. For context, the site is approximately 20 acres in size, and it's located on the north side of Mission College Boulevard between San Thomas Aquina Creek to the east and Great America Parkway to the west. The site is developed with 4 2- and 3-story office buildings, surface parking lot, and some perimeter landscaping. The site's adjacent to Great America Parkway theme park, and just north of the city's Freedom Circle focus area. It's also proximate to Mission College as well as the Patrick Henry Drive specific plan, which are both just west of the Great America Parkway. The rezoning proposal from planned industrial to high-intensity office R&D is consistent with the site's general plan designation of high-intensity office R&D. You may recall that in December of 2023, the City Council took action on the zoning code update. And with that, another step is required, which is for the City Council to take action on a zoning map. And what that action is going to do is rezone all these properties to actually apply the zoning districts from the zoning code to individual sites, and also make properties consistent with the general plan, because having consistent zoning and general plan is actually a requirement of state law. The City Council's adoption of the zoning map is forthcoming in the next few months. However, this particular site is intended to be rezoned in a manner that would be also rezoned if the zoning map were to take place in the next few months. The applicant is currently working to re-tenant 3 of these buildings for medical uses. And medical uses are permitted in the high-intensity office and R&D zoning district. Specifically, buildings would be occupied by Sutter Health and would include an outpatient surgery center. And this would be allowable in the high-intensity office and R&D zoning district, not currently permissible in the planned industrial zoning district. So rather than wait for the zoning map adoption process, the applicant would like to proactively rezone these sites for the more immediate re-tenanting interests that they have. The proposed rezoning was presented before the Planning Commission at a publicly noticed hearing on January 31st, 2024, and the Planning Commission unanimously recommended that the City Council take action to rezone this site, which takes us to the staff recommendation, which is for the City Council to determine that the project falls within the scope of the December 19th, 2023 addendum to the General Plan EIR, and to adopt a resolution approving the rezoning from MP, planned industrial, to high-intensity office R&D. That concludes the staff report, and I'm here to answer any questions.
Council have questions. We have Councilmember Jane.
Thank you, Rena. So this is not part of Freedom Circle's specific plan, meaning that it falls under the general plan that was adopted in 2010. So it's like 14 years old already. And it seems to, I understand that state law says that we have to make the zoning align with the general plan. And I think that given the fact that 3 of the buildings are currently vacant, it's a good use of the property. But can you maybe talk about whether there is, we've been doing all these specific area plans to try to increase density and maybe add housing and stuff to areas. Can you comment on why we wouldn't want to allow for housing in the future or something there? I know, I guess what I'm trying to understand is, they're putting in medical facilities. Are they tearing down the buildings and rebuilding, or it's a use permit really to allow for the use of medical, is that right?
I can take that
all the
question.
questions, thanks. Any other questions?
No, that's it.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the presentation, Rena. And I also watched the Planning Commission meeting because this piece of property is in my district. And so, and I was actually glad to see what exactly has been happening over the last, I think it's almost a year now, there on the corner of Mission College Boulevard and Agnew. So to see that the three of the 4 buildings are currently being refurbished, like totally refurbished, and a lot of work has gone into it. So I was just glad to know that this is what the plan is for it. But so I would imagine that the buildings now are being repurposed for this tenant, the re-tenant of, it sounds like Sutter Health. Yeah, okay, that's all I had, thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. It was mostly about the uses as I read through this because it wasn't super clear in the Planning Commission notes. So is it just the medical that would be allowed now with this change, or would it allow other uses that that were not permitted before? That was my question. Thank you.
All right, I don't see any other questions. Rena, when you're ready.
Yeah, I can take those. So Councilmember Jane, to clarify, the buildings are existing, so they have made tenant improvements to the buildings. They've also done some, I would say, cosmetic exterior improvements as well to re-tenant the buildings that were vacant. And so there is not a requirement for a use permit in the high-intensity office R&D zoning district. So simply by rezoning the site, that particular zoning district allows medical uses to be permitted. So when a use is permitted, there's no other planning permit that's needed. It's only if it was a conditional use, for instance. And then to Councilmember Watanabe, yes, they have made some significant improvements to the building. We do have Rob Tersini, who represents the property on the line. He can talk a little bit about that. But they have been working diligently to get these buildings occupied. And Sutter Health, I know, is a great service to Santa Clara. They have a medical facility in Milpitas, and they have one in San Jose, but there is a gap in Santa Clara. So by providing this, they'll actually be providing these services closer to our Santa Clara residents. And they saw that as an advantage to be closer to where their patient base is. And then Councilmember Hardy, medical use, is that allowed? And then are other uses also allowed that are different? So the current zoning district, which is Planned Industrial, MP, that is a district from 1969. It's quite outdated and really represents a very low-intensity kind of manufacturing assembly type of use. That zoning district, actually, when we apply our zoning code, our new zoning code, that district is not staying. We have upgraded that zoning district to have more contemporary uses, such as higher intensity office, advanced manufacturing, R&D uses, and then also medical use. So medical use can be inpatient and outpatient facilities. Specifically, Sutter Health is interested in being able to have their surgery center, and the surgery center is a type of use that would be supported in high-intensity office R&D. The good thing is that our general plan supports this use, and so it's just bringing the zoning in alignment with the general plan. But I did want to take that opportunity to share that the MP district is actually, once we adopt that zoning code map, that district is not really part of our zoning code anymore. So it won't be anything that we apply to new sites, and once the zoning map gets adopted, those particular sites with MP will no longer have MP.
Okay, thank you very much. We will now hear from the applicant. You said it was Rob Tersini? I see he's online. You want to unmute? So you have 10 minutes. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mayor Gilmore and City Council. Appreciate you hearing us tonight. I think staff did a great job presenting, so I don't really have much else to add unless there's specific questions around what we are proposing or anything of that matter. Thank you.
Well, that was a quick 10 minutes. Okay. Thank you for that. All right, so it is a public hearing, open for the public. Does anyone have any comments they would like to make on this item? Anyone here in the council chambers, or do we have anyone online? City Clerk? Seeing none, is there a motion to close the public hearing?
Motion to close public hearing.
Second.
Motion second to close public hearing. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. So applicant, is there any comments you would like to make? Because you have another opportunity. Rob?
Yeah, thank you all. Appreciate it. I want to give a special shout out to city staff. They were really helpful in going through this process. So thank you.
All right, that was a quick 5 minutes. Okay. All right, is there a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Hardy, second by Councilmember Chahal. for approval? Councilmember Watanabe, did you want to say something? I saw your light on.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say that actually Sutter has a medical clinic in Rivermar Plaza, so this will be a very nice addition in their expansion in the area. So it'll be nice to have it in the community.
Very good. All right, please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you, and thank you, Rena, as well, Rob, everyone. All right, that brings us to our last item on the agenda, which is information report on Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup 2026 updates. City Manager, Executive Director.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and members of the public, both those here watching in the chamber and those participating remotely. Javon Grogan, City Manager, also Executive Director of the Stadium Authority. The item that is before you is an update on the city and the Stadium Authority's preparations for two major events that will occur in and around Santa Clara in 2026. I stand here tonight 2 years away from Super Bowl 60, which will be played at Santa Clara's Levi Stadium, and 830 days, or some 2 years and 3 months away from the first of 6 FIFA World Cup games that will occur at Levi Stadium during a 19-day period that begins June 13th and runs through July 1st, 2026. As staff, we know that those 7 events will place Santa Clara at the center of sports and culture. As such, ensuring that we are prepared as an organization and that Santa Clara shines brightly is critically important so that our community and businesses benefit from the economic and social vitality that the Super Bowl and World Cup will create. Additionally, ensuring that the city and the Stadium Authority have the appropriate financial protections and service agreements in place is something that has and will continue to be a major focus of executive and legal staff over the next few months. The goal of our presentation tonight is to provide you, as a City Council and the Stadium Authority Board, with a comprehensive update on how we are preparing for this significant year in Santa Clara's history. Throughout the staff presentation today, you will hear 2 themes. One will be our direct preparations for the events that will occur in 2026. The other will be organizational readiness. In other words, things that we are doing to prepare as an organization for the work that lies ahead, as well as thinking ahead to the work that would ordinarily be completed during the first half of 2026, such as budget development, recognizing that we must do all these things and ensure that our normal city operations and our community programs are not negatively impacted or are top of mind. Tonight's presentation will have a 2-part staff presentation, and in the middle will be a presentation by the Bay Area Host Committee. During our prior conversations and updates with the board, we have mentioned the Host Committee and have invited them here tonight so that you can hear from the organization directly. President and CEO of the Bay Area Host Committee, Zaileen Jan Mohammed, will come to the podium when it is when it is time for her presentation. Staff presenters will be myself. We will also have Glenn Googans, the city attorney, who also serves as general counsel for the Stadium Authority. We will also have presenting Chuck Baker, our assistant city manager, who supports day-to-day oversight of the Stadium Authority. Alicia Knight, a development project manager with the city, who has taken a leadership role in oversight of our Stadium Authority capital projects, will also provide a few slides to let you know how we are preparing for capital projects from now until 2026. David Flam, our emergency services manager, will provide a presentation, as well as there'll be a few slides from Police Captain Richard Fitting of the Special Operations Division, who supports Levi Stadium. Now let's begin with a few background slides. Agenda for the background is we will recap your FIFA World Cup guiding principles. We will also propose guiding principles for Super Bowl 60. We'll give a brief overview of the games, and then we'll talk about our all-important stakeholders and the structure. First, let's begin with your FIFA 2026 guiding principles. The City Council and the Board adopted these principles on May 23rd of last year, and there are 9 tenets of these principles. I won't read them verbatim, but I will go through them just to refresh and provide a sense of the guiding principles that you developed for staff as we do the work to plan for these major events. Number 1 is really to professionally oversee the FIFA World Cup events in a manner that positively highlights the city of Santa Clara and celebrates our rich diversity. Item 2 is to obtain reimbursement for all costs, including public safety, pre and post event. Item 3 is to ensure that there are direct benefits to the Santa Clara community and Santa Clara businesses. Item 4 is to plan and provide communication and engagement with residential neighborhoods that are adjacent to Levi Stadium and other venues that will be used during this time for large events. Item 5 is to ensure that there are specific benefits to and involvement with Santa Clara youth and adult soccer programs. Item 6 is to seek revenue-generating utilization for our very own Santa Clara Convention Center and other event and recreation spaces, including but not limited to our colleges and school facilities, and ensure that there's no impact to the Santa Clara General Fund. And I know what you meant, there's no negative impact to the Santa Clara General Fund. Seek mitigation of city and stadium authority financial risk and liabilities. We will certainly talk about that here today. Item 8, engage in a transparent communication on pre-event efforts with periodic progress reports provided to the City Council, a la the update we're providing today, including reports published on the city's website to promote engagement and awareness for residential neighborhoods adjacent to the stadium and the city as a whole, something we will do as we continue along our planning process. And you added on May 23rd a pledge that the Santa Clara City Council and Stadium Authority Board and city staff follow the law, act ethically and transparently with the expectation that other parties will do the same. So those are your 9 guiding principles for staff and the organization as we begin and embark on this planning work. Now, on May 23rd of 23, it was actually only one day after Super Bowl 60 was awarded to Santa Clara. And so on that night, you did not adopt guiding principles for Super Bowl 60. As a part of your packet tonight, we are proposing that you adopt virtually the same principles with minor changes to align for Super Bowl 60. Next slide is just a slide on what's been in the news since we were last before you in September with an update. Didn't want to provide all of the news updates that occurred, but we do have a little snippets up here. But as you know, one thing that we had been waiting on was FIFA to announce its match schedule. It did that on February 4th, and there are a lot of news stories leading up to that. As we know, we were expecting that match schedule as early as summer 2023, and then September 2023, and then December, but it was finally released in February. Also, news clippings here about the Super Bowl that occurred in Las Vegas and everyone turning their attention to the next Super Bowl in New Orleans. Now let's talk about Super Bowl 60 that will be played at Santa Clara. The Super Bowl, the precise date has not been selected yet, but we do know that it will be early in February 2026. And again, on May 22nd of last year, the NFL announced that Super Bowl 60 will be played here at Levi Stadium. The Super Bowl was last played at Levi Stadium in 2016, February 7th. It was the NFL's golden anniversary. And we all know that that was actually one of the largest broadcasts of that time. The CBS broadcast of that game for that year was the 6th most watched sporting event in American history, with an average viewership of 111 million viewers. Now let's turn to FIFA World Cup in 2026. There will be a total of 104 games. It will be the most watched sporting event in the world and the largest tournament ever planned by FIFA. On June 16th of 2022, FIFA announced that 16 cities across 3 countries would be the host cities for FIFA World Cup, 2 cities in Canada, Vancouver and Toronto, 2 cities in Mexico, Mexico City, Guadalajara, and Monterrey, and 11 cities within the United States. I won't list them all, but Seattle, Philadelphia, and what I like to call the Santa Clara Bay Area. Again, as noted, on February 4th, just earlier last month, FIFA announced its match schedule. Before that time, we did not know exactly how many games would be played at Levi's Stadium. And so Levi's was awarded 5 group stage matches, beginning again on June 13th, June punctuated by a few days, June 16th, then June 19th, June 22nd, June 25th, and then July 1st. And I know when our police department talks, they will talk about that 19-day period that they will soon begin planning for. Now let's talk about stakeholders. There are several government, private, and nonprofit stakeholders. Just want to take a moment because throughout this update, we will mention a number of these organizations, and it's important for the board as well as the public just to have a high-level understanding of the various stakeholder groups. First, and we will soon have a presentation by the Bay Area Host Committee, and they are a nonprofit organization focused on bringing mega sporting events to the Bay Area, and they will be the regional host organization for Super Bowl 60 and FIFA World Cup 2026 in the Bay Area. And so I will stop there because I know Zaylene will give a full presentation on that organization. We are, I think, most all familiar with the NFL. Important to note, the NFL is the event owner for the Super Bowl, and so there is certainly a lot of work with the NFL. FIFA is soccer's international federation that plans the FIFA Men's World Cup as well as the Women's World Cup and is the event owner for the World Cup. Of course, there's our very own city of Santa Clara. We are the local jurisdiction where Levi Stadium is located. Most importantly also, though, we are the lead agency responsible for public safety and permitting for the events. Also of note is the Santa Clara Stadium Authority, which I know we know well, but members of the public may not really understand the structure. And so it's important to note that the Santa Clara Stadium Authority exists as a public body, separate and distinct from the city of Santa Clara, and was established to provide for the development and operation of Levi Stadium. The elected members of the City Council serve as the governing body for the authority, with the mayor serving as the chair, the city manager serving as the executive director, and the city attorney serving as its general counsel. Next, often a term that we refer to, and we will in this presentation, STADCO. STADCO is a 49ers corporation. The 49ers lease Levi Stadium from the stadium owner, the authority, for the NFL season, 6 months out of the year. The stadium manager is a different organization, but also a 49ers company that by contract manages the stadium year-round, 6 months on behalf of the 49ers for STADCO, and then 6 months on behalf of the stadium authorities. And so when we plan what we often will refer to as non-NFL events, concerts or soccer games, those are planned and done on behalf of the stadium authority, a public body. We certainly have federal partners, and we will talk a little bit about our federal partners in Homeland Security, as well as what we often call the alphabet soup of federal agencies that we will have a lot of engagement with, both the city, the stadium authority, and the Bay Area Host Committee. There are also various state partners. The one we have listed here is OES, the Office of Emergency Services. We will talk a little bit about that through our emergency manager, David Flam, who has partnered a lot with Cal OES. And then we will certainly have a number of regional partners, the City of San Jose and the City and County of San Francisco, as well as other local government agencies and all of our neighbors, and many of you that were around during Super Bowl 50. It was a all-hands effort with generally most of the governments in the South Bay and North Bay supporting in some fashion. Also, there are regional transportation agencies that will factor heavily in our planning. And here we have VTA and Caltrain, and we know that there's BART and a host of other agencies. And so with that, just wanted to give you a bit of the lay of the land and background. I will now turn the presentation over to Zaleen Jan Mohammed from the Bay Area Host Committee for her presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager. Welcome.
Thank you. Okay, I think we're going to get started here. Thank you, everyone. I'm excited to be here tonight on behalf of the Bay Area Host Committee. My name is Zaleen Jan Mohammed. I am the president and CEO of the BAHC. I have with me today a couple people that are going to help me present to my right, and they will be called up, and they'll introduce themselves much better than I will. But Allie Wagner, who's a board member for the Bay Area Host Committee, and Shay Salinas, who sits and is a founder of our soccer advisory group. Both of them will speak today on some of the things that we're working on and their role as board members for the Bay Area Host Committee. Let me start by saying this invitation for me to present today is very, very important. I, in my role at the Bay Area Host Committee, am committed to bringing sport to the Bay, to unite the Bay. And in order to do that, I need very, very good collaborative relationships with cities across the Bay, including this one. And I hope that this is the first of many sessions that we are sitting and discussing how sport can unite our community and promote our community. Today, we can move to the next slide. There we go. Oh, I have the clicker? Oh, great, control, awesome. Today, I'm gonna talk through three basic chapters through this presentation. Who we are, we'll give a really good introduction of our staff and our team, our board, and our mission and objectives as an organization. What we do, the city manager reflected 2 events that will be hosted in Santa Clara with matches and games here, but the footprint actually extends much further, and I would like to give you context of what that looks like, and then next steps in how we move forward from this conversation today. Okay, so let's start with who we are. At its basic core, the Bay Area Host Committee is a 501c6 not-for-profit focused on bringing major sporting events to the Bay Area. I think there are a few things in life that unite and have the power of uniting people. Sport is one of those things. And we believe that sport not only can unite our community and bring really great societal and community impact, it can also bring great economic impact and help us in the Bay, specifically with what we've been going through over the last few years with a brand perception problem and really bringing the Bay Area back into the spotlight on, in a way that I think all of us really and truly believe. I'm gonna use a video here to do a better job of explaining what our vision is and who the Bay Area Host Committee is. Thank you for the help. We now have 3 events. NBA All-Star Game next February, Super Bowl 60, February 2026, FIFA World Cup, summer of the same year. These events give us permission to do so much more in the community to really create some change with and through sport.
Our mission really is to leave a lasting legacy and to unite the Bay Area through sport.
Everybody coming together to make this committee as strong as it can be. It's about leaving a lasting impact.
When we combine it with an authentic commitment to do good and be inclusive, the potential is just incredible.
I want this to be something that impacts all of our community.
Growing up in the Bay Area and being a passionate sports fan, it's truly a dream come true and excited to be a part of this.
Everybody should be involved to really show the world that we love sports and we are the best hosts.
We all come from different industries, bringing a perspective that's really important to leave the cities, the counties in a much better place as all of these events come through.
Future committees could go, oh, let's do it like the Bay Area did. That's the hope I have.
Oh, let's not play it again. Once is good. Okay. Okay. One of the things that I wanted to talk about today was the importance of what we are doing as it relates to how we compete with the rest of the country in bringing sports events to a community. Last year, the Sports Business Journal, which is a very well-known publication in the area of sport business and sport marketing, did a study, and their study was ranking the best sports cities in the United States and the best places to host major sporting events in the United States. You can see from this list that the Bay Area, no city in the Bay Area made the top 10. In fact, we are listed 19th on this list out of a list of 30. And so we have some work to do. My belief is that we belong much higher on this list. We have a great sports town, a great diverse fan base, and there's a lot of work that we need to do to get us further up this list in order to host more sporting events, and that is one of our goals. Why? I think, I saw some raised eyebrows as I was presenting the first half of this slide. There's a few different reasons. The first is there's a cost issue here, right? To rent venues, hire staff, operate an event. It is costly in this region, but not unlike some of the other cities that you see on this list. So that's not the only factor. We are one of the regions, as are our partners in LA, that do not receive any state funding for sport and bringing sporting events to the region. And places like Dallas and Houston and Texas, New York and New Jersey, Indianapolis, Vegas, all of these cities receive government funding in some way, shape, or form for their sports commissions to exist, to manage their operating expenses, but also to actually subsidize the events that come into those cities. And so they are actually starting ahead of us and competing at a different rate, I would say, than what we're starting with. Finally, we have not had a sustainable sports commission in the Bay Area. We do have one in San Jose, the San Jose Sports Authority. We have very good partners with. They have existed for quite a number of years and manage local events in San Jose. But the Bay Area has not had a sustainable sports commission type entity for as long as I know. And that hurts us because we don't consistently bid for events. We don't continue to have staff that understand best practices, build relationships, have a consistent revenue model, and so that hurts us as well. And so one of the objectives for us, for sure, as we go into this next slide, is for us to leverage the 3 events that are coming to the Bay Area over the next 2.5 years, but also to maintain a sustainable sports commission type entity to continue to bid for events in the long run. So you've heard this message a number of times. Our mission is to unite the Bay Area through sport. Some of you have heard of the Bay Area Host Committee before. It has existed in prior years. And this city council and board has probably very intimate knowledge of former versions of the Bay Area Host Committee. The first version of the Bay Area Host Committee was established in 2013. It was the entity that was responsible for executing Super Bowl 50. It then dissolved as an organization. The staff that worked in that version of the Bay Area Host Committee basically left the host committee and the organization folded. The organization restarted in 2019 or before then to execute the college football playoffs. And again, that organization folded after, in that the staff actually left the organization and the entity basically went away, so to speak. In 2022, the presidents and leadership of all the Bay Area professional sports teams at that time got together and realized and discussed the model that was broken. I think the timing has a lot to do with what the Bay Area was experiencing at that time within and post-COVID, but also the fact that SoFi Stadium had been built in LA. They had a sustainable sports commission, and there was a little bit of fear that we would start losing events to Southern California. And so they came together, reestablished the Bay Area Host Committee, ratified a new set of bylaws, and formed the first set of board of directors for this new entity. They went ahead and did a search for CEO and president. I joined in March of last year. And then very recently, and you can see remnants of this in our presentation, we launched our brand 2 or 3 weeks ago to build a new narrative and a story in the marketplace, which I will take you through. We do have 3 events coming to the Bay. There are days where I'm very excited about 3 events, but it is a lot. There's also days that I wake up in the middle of the night because we have 3 events. The first event will come in February of 2025, the NBA All-Star Game. I'll talk about each of these events in a little bit more detail further on in the presentation. The second event under our purview will be Super Bowl 60, which we will definitely talk about. That's in February of 2026. And then the third event that we have won is the FIFA World Cup in June, July of 2026 as well. And again, beyond 2026, our goal is to last and persist through those 3 events and build a model where we can sustain ourselves and have an evergreen organization to continue to bid for events and bring them to the Bay. For us to succeed, we need a lot of help, and we've already received a lot of help through partner organizations. I mentioned our board, all 6 and hopefully soon to be 7 professional sports teams, including the new WNBA team, are represented on or hope to be represented on our board of directors. We are the first and only regional sports entity supported by every local professional sports team. We have very strong ties to local tourism, the DMOs and CVBs, a very, very good relationship with Discover Santa Clara. I'm happy to see Christine in the room today. And we are the first FIFA World Cup host city to start a soccer-specific working group to really think about how to grow the game of soccer, which I know is very core to this city in particular. And to help me explain that a little bit more, Shea Salinas will come up, introduce himself, and talk a little bit more about that group.
Thank you. Welcome, Shea.
Hello, council members. Hello, Mayor. Thank you so much for having me tonight. I'm really excited to be here tonight. I'm kind of representing the Quakes, a Santa Clara resident, and also a soccer dad who loves the game of soccer. So I want to be brief, but I also get really excited about this sport and about the World Cup being here. So quickly about myself, I'm a resident of Santa Clara. I have 4 kids. 2 of them play for the Santa Clara Youth Soccer League for the Santa Clara Lions, and I coach them. I was at Reed and Grant tonight coaching. I love that place. Thank you for everything that happened there. And I am super excited about the World Cup being here. I think I represent a lot of soccer people in the Bay Area, which there are a lot of them, and specifically here in Santa Clara, to say that we are excited. Now, I'm extremely unfamiliar with the tensions and the intricacies and the costs that come along with the decisions you have to make, but I am very familiar with the benefits of the sport of soccer. I started playing soccer when I was 4 years old. I still play soccer to this day. On Tuesday nights, I play in a men's league. And along that path, I got to play professionally for 15 years. 13 of those years, I played for the San Jose Earthquakes. And I remember very specifically, in 1994, my parents saved and saved and saved and bought me tickets to go to the World Cup. I went and I watched South Korea play Germany, and it changed my life. I saw passion, I saw community, I saw people with flags and of all different backgrounds and ethnicities, and I was like, I want to be a part of this. I want to be a part of this forever. And so when Zaylene approached me to be a part of the working group, the advisory board, that has to do with soccer and how do we leverage the World Cup to make a big impact, to use that impact in our city, in our community, I was like, yeah, let's do it. I'm all for it. And so we've created this soccer advisory board, and it's made up of leaders from all over the Bay Area, from all different levels of soccer. So we have the lower part of the pyramid that represent like the rec soccer beginner level, and then we have all the way up to the professional level, a part of these calls. We formed about a year ago. We meet once every 2 weeks, maybe once every month, and we talk about how are we gonna leverage the World Cup to grow the game? What are some of the barriers to growing the game, and how could we use the World Cup to change and to break through those barriers? And so we have AYSO on the call, we have Cal North, we have NorCal, we have the Bay FC, Oakland Roots, Oakland Soul, Sacramento's on the phone calls. So it's a big group of soccer leaders. And some of the things that we've talked about in this group are the limiting factors to growing the game. And so we've come down to 2 main limiting factors. The first one is accessibility. We want the games to be more accessible. It is the most diverse sport in the world, and we want the soccer fields to reflect that diversity. Unfortunately, there's a limit on the number of fields we have in the Bay Area, and so there's a pretty big demand of kids that want to play, not a big supply. Field costs go up, and it's difficult to get access to these fields. So how do we make the game more accessible? The second thing is we want to upskill coaches. We want to train coaches, create better coaches who can motivate kids not just to win, but to develop their character. Soccer is not just a sport to go play and go and win, but it will develop kids to be humble, to be passionate, to have good work ethic, to persevere, to be a part of a team. And so that's what I get excited about the World Cup. How can we inspire more kids to develop their character through soccer, through sport? So what's our next steps as a group? Our next step is to figure out programming. How do we partner with cities? How do we partner with communities and do some of the programming to make soccer more accessible and to upskill coaches? I'll leave you with this. In 1994, the United States hosted the World Cup. And to this day, I still get stories from people telling me about how they got to meet and be with the Brazilian national team. So in Los Gatos, that was Brazil's base camp. Their hotel was there, their soccer fields were there, and Brazil is one of the best teams in the world. And people always come and talk about, man, I remember being a part of the parade. I remember going and watching them practice. I remember being in the watch parties and the celebrations. And there's so many people in Los Gatos and all over the Bay that were impacted by Brazil being here for the World Cup in '94. In 50 years, I want them talking about Santa Clara. Remember when it was in Santa Clara. Remember when we did this. Remember when we did that. Remember how it changed so many lives. So I realize there's a cost that comes along with all of this, but I know the benefits, and the benefits last for many, many years. Thank you.
Thank you. I think many of us watched you play for the Earthquakes and were very impressed, so thank you for that presentation. But just to remind you, Brazil practiced at Santa Clara University, and at the time we had all of our youth groups from the soccer leagues go to watch them. They let us watch, they let the kids watch, so we were connected with them as well. And
Yeah.
of course,
Let's
they
do
won,
it again.
so,
Let's do it again. That
Anyway.
just speaks to like how much you remember what that experience was like. In addition to, thank you, Shay. You can understand the excitement that I have on this soccer working group every time we meet. So, in addition to all the logos and the entities on the previous slide, we've also had some very good partners that are invested in our success and helping us ramp as an organization. You know, we're scaling from startup to hopefully a much more mature organization. And so you see the logos that represent these companies on the slide before you. BCG, our strategic consulting firm. Godfrey Dadich is a marketing agency that helped us put together our brand. Fleischman Hillert is a PR and comms firm. Lighthouse Public Affairs, helping us with our external affairs. And Nixon Peabody, and I forgot to introduce her, but thank you to Sonia for being here from the Bay Area Host Committee Legal Counsel today. I talked a little bit about launching our brand a few weeks ago. This happened in mid-February. We needed a new way to tell our story to the public and to explain our narrative. And so you can start to see what our narrative is going to be like in the Bay Area. Those 8 lines that you see represent the 8 bridges that connect the 9 counties of the Bay. They come together to form that logo, which if you overlay on top of a bridge is used very synonymously with the Bay Area, representing the strength of cables and the foundation that's needed to do something and all of the things that we're trying to do as a Bay Area Host Committee. Our team colors and the representation of how the teams are all supporting us come through with the color palette of all of our sports teams in the Bay Area. I think what we try to lean on is because this is such a great sports town, everybody has at least one of these colors, I think, in their closets. And so our color palette will be the teams that exist in the Bay. And you can start to see how that comes together on the far right and some of the out-of-home advertising that we will do as a host committee. I'd like to call up now Allie Wagner, who's going to help me give you more of an explanation on our board of directors. Allie?
Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you, council members, for having us, and thank you, Shay, for stealing all of my thunder. I got nothing left. If you don't know me, I'm actually homegrown, born and raised in the Bay Area. Actually grew up in Almaden Valley, went to Presentation High School, and then made the decision to stay locally and go to Santa Clara University and win our first national championship, outright, I should say, because the men have a shared one. We don't really count that in sport.
We talk about it all the time, though.
Thank you.
Yes,
I'm glad. We can talk about it. I'll come every week.
Right.
But it was a great honor to just be raised in the Bay Area. I was lucky enough to go on and play in a couple World Cups, a couple Olympics, and then went into broadcasting. So experience being the first female announcer and to be an analyst in a men's World Cup back in 2018. So covered the game as a player. Then from a broadcast perspective, been heavily involved in all the World Cups. But what I would share with you is that my most recent endeavor has probably been the most rewarding part of my journey in my career, and that is to bring professional women's football, professional women's soccer to the Bay Area. So co-founder of Bay FC, if you don't know, we are starting our first season ever in about 2 weeks, 11 days to be precise. But our first game will kick off at the end of the month in San Jose at PayPal Park. So tremendous amount of work and really rewarding process, I think, to be a part of that. And I would tell you that the reason it's so rewarding is because you think about leaving a legacy, but you also think about laying the foundation for the future and for the next generations. And I think that was one of the reasons I was so excited when Z came to me to ask me to be a part of this board. Because I think we're doing the same work, and that really is to leave a legacy, but build for the foundation for the future, the way that Shay talked about, because 94, he talked about the game. It was all about Brazil for me. It was downtown Los Gatos. I was already in love with the game. I knew I wanted to do something big, but I didn't really quite understand the global impact that sport has on the world and the way that it brings communities together. I didn't understand it. I didn't understand the passion, the fervor, and the way that groups really aggregate and come together and provide something incredibly unique and special in a moment in time. And that moment in time can be replicated and duplicated, and how that movement, that feeling can actually change your life. And so for me in 94, that opened my eyes up to the global passion that there was behind sport. And this is, of course, in football and soccer, but it exists across all the different sports in the Bay Area. So it changed my life. And as Shay said, I think that's why we're so excited to be a part of this group that is hoping to unite the Bay through sport and really provide this opportunity for other kids. Because we talk about bringing communities together, and those are groups, but at the end of the day, it's about also how can you impact the individual. And I think we're both testaments to that lasting impact and the continued work that we want to do with this Bay Area Host Committee for future generations. So with that, I would say that this board is been incredibly supportive of us as a Bay Area team coming in. We are made up of 9 members, as you can see, all with equal voting power. You've got all the major sports teams represented on this board, from San Jose Sharks, Bay Area, the Bay FC, I should say, Earthquakes, Warriors, Niners, Giants, you name it. All the top teams are represented on our board. And we also have the full complement with Zaylene just rounding out the board with some financial expertise, community leaders, and what's the third? We've got financial, community, and tech. Thank you. I shouldn't forget tech, because that's us, right? So 9 members. And what I would tell you is that it's been a collaborative process with this group, and really there is a support system, and the communication that is going on amongst these leaders in our field and in our industry has been incredibly valuable as we think about how we're going to set up this entity for success to bring these top sporting events to the Bay Area. Along with that, Z has been incredibly thoughtful in setting up the structure and the layers of our organization and launching just last week our Bay Area Host Committee Advisory Board, and similarly really thoughtful in the makeup of this board. You've got people that move the dial in terms of their playing expertise from a sporting perspective, and you've also got the community leaders that are going to really help drive our organization to do three things, and that's to be operationally excellent, that's to leave a lasting legacy, and that is to leave an incredible impact in our communities. You've got members like Cynthia Teniente Matson, from the president of San Jose State University. You've got Bob Powers, he's from the Bay Area Rapid Transit, BART, as you know it, Brandy Chastain, a friend of mine, but also a leader in the sporting field. So really well-rounded. And again, what I've noticed about our board and what I've noticed having met these members, some of them new faces, many friends, is that everyone is so unified and motivated to make this a success. And not just this year, not just for the World Cup, not just for the Super Bowl, but to bring the 2027 Women's World Cup here, to bring the top global sporting events to the Bay Area. And this isn't just about putting your name and a face to something that sounds good. This is about actually getting your hands in there and doing the work. And I think that's been one of the most impressive parts of the group of individuals that Zaylene has assembled. And I think I'd be remiss having had to put together a football team, a professional football team in 11 months, and have about, 4 months of those have no CEO, no executive leadership team in place. I can tell you the value of having a CEO that is actually driving our vision and that is taking hold of the mission, the vision, and executing it. Having Zaylene as our leader in this space has been incredibly impactful since her coming on in March of 2023. Massive shifts in the progress that we are making and the thoughtfulness in which she is standing up her organization. I know she's going to speak to that a bit, but just grateful to have her leading us because there's a lot of work to be done, as she said, and a lot of it thankless, but she's ready and has been incredibly inspirational along the way. So, see?
Well, now I have to be nice to you. That was a great intro. Thank you. Okay, so let's do a little bit of who the team is. We are small but mighty and plan to grow. A typical sports commission, if you look at LA, is around 15 to 20 people, give or take, depending on the events that come into town. We're at 7. We were at 2 for a very long time and have just recently ramped. I come to the Bay Area Host Committee most recently from LA 28, the organizing committee for the Olympic and Paralympic Games. I have lived in the Bay since 2006, and so I commuted to LA a lot during that time period. And I've spent basically the entirety of my career in sport, mostly on the revenue side, either buying or selling sponsorship rights or figuring out ways to monetize sport. Important just because, I am the CEO and the president of this organization. We're going to have a lot of work conversations together. But we're also, it's important that you know who I am as a human being. I was born and raised in Canada. My parents are East African. My grandparents are Indian. I followed a long migration pattern to get into the United States and to work here. I have 2 kids, both play soccer. I think Shay and Allie will get really excited about that part. And I'm committed to the Bay Area. I've worked in sport for a very long time, always outside of the Bay, in and around the Olympic movement, and finally decided to come back and work within my hometown, which I'm very, very excited about. We have built our team. They come to us with a lot of different types of expertise across a number of different industries, and you can imagine as a startup, the need to build functional expertise in different areas and doing that at the right time. That's what we've had to try to do to try to scale this organization. Okay, lots of intro. Now let's talk about what we do. So we've mentioned the 3 events that are coming to the Bay. NBA All-Star, Super Bowl 60, and FIFA World Cup. You can see by this map on the right-hand side that will encompass the entirety footprint, the full geographical footprint of the Bay Area. Initial projections, this is very, very early, about the jobs and the visitors that we expect in the entirety of the Bay Area. So this is Bay Area full. 12,000 jobs approximately, and approximately 500,000 visitors based on the 8 events that will come into the Bay. I think it's important to know for all of us that we believe and we do this for the economic impact and the societal impact that comes to the Bay. We are not-for-profit, and so we do not share in any of the revenues that come in from FIFA or the NFL or the NBA around the typical things that you do when you go to sporting events. No ticket revenue, no merchandise revenue. That all goes to the owners of the events themselves. And so with these events, obviously, there's a lot of expenses that we're going to have to pay for, and we are already underway in terms of trying to raise money from the private sector on funding those events. Let's talk quickly about the NBA All-Star Game. I know it's not in this city, but important to know what we're working on. So the NBA All-Star Game is February of next year. The primary events for the NBA All-Star Game, the Saturday and Sunday, if you are familiar with the skills competition and the game itself, will be at Chase Center. With all the events preceding that, all of the games, all of the fan events happening in the city of Oakland and in the East Bay. Planning for this event is already underway, and we are working very closely with the Warriors organization to plan for this event next year. Super Bowl 60, again, to the city manager's point, the date hasn't been confirmed yet, but we know it's in February of 2026. The NFL has not started planning for this event. They have a new cycle of planning, which is a 2-year cycle, which will begin in about a month when they hopefully make their first official visit to the Bay Area. And that's when their official 2-year cycle will commence, and we will officially start planning. The events that are associated with Super Bowl, obviously the game will be held at Levi Stadium in Santa Clara. All of the other events are still TBD, and as they start planning, they will start to make decisions about where their official events happen, and then the Bay Area Host Committee will make decisions on where our community engagement events happen on top of those official events. The FIFA World Cup, the city manager pointed out that the match allocation finally came out a few weeks ago. We are thrilled to get the 6 matches that will come to Santa Clara. I think, there's been a lot of back and forth on what matches we'll get and how that will actually, how that communication was actually delivered. And we are very excited. I think you can start to see that the matches are one piece of what we will see at the World Cup. If you think about the matches, and that will be the first concentric circle will be around Levi Stadium. But you'll start to hear what you've heard from Shay and Ali, that FIFA does a very good job of having multiple concentric circles that come outside of the stadium. And so there will be a training site prior to teams playing at Levi Stadium on where teams will train. That will happen outside of Levi Stadium. There will be team base camps. Brazil is a good example of what happened in '94. Those will be a further concentric circle outside of Levi Stadium, where team base camps will hopefully be held. We don't know for sure, but hopefully will be held outside and in broader and other communities in the Bay Area. Then we will have community engagement events, watch parties, fan fests, et cetera. That'll be another concentric circle that will happen outside of the first concentric circle of the match. Planning for the FIFA World Cup obviously has started. We had a very large visit from FIFA on November 1st of last year. FIFA as an entity is based in Switzerland, and they've opened an office in Miami as their domestic FIFA World Cup office. And so a number of their hires and new individuals within that office had never been to the Bay Area and many of the other cities. And so they traveled to all of the cities in October, November, December of last year to visit and just get a landscape analysis of where the event will be and how to plan. I'll go quickly through this slide because I think our role has probably been stated so far multiple times. But if you think about our scope as an entity, understanding that the owners of the events are the NBA, FIFA, and the NFL, our role really is to locally execute those events, right? So we organize, provide the local expertise, and manage the high-profile sporting events in collaboration with the international and domestic sports organizations. And so we liaise with them. We also lead all of our fundraising efforts to offset the costs to put those events on. And I would say that I spend a lot of my time not only thinking about how to operationalize those events. Those events are come and go. They'll be gone before we know it. But the most important thing is how we actually leave a lasting legacy in the Bay. What are the community impact pillars that we're actually going to lean in on so that you have this experience for the long run? And then we've talked about building the foundation for a permanent and sustainable organization. I pulled this slide in just so there's some understanding on all of the different entities that we're working with right now from a government perspective. Some of these are specific to FIFA. But we will work across all layers of government. We are already working across all layers of government in a variety of different capacities, federal, state, and local. And I do have meetings across the Bay with a variety of local government officials to ensure that we are getting the support we need, and they understand what we're trying to do as an organization as well. I'll just touch on our community pillars, or our legacy pillars, the things that we have landed on after doing a very long listening tour in and around the Bay. These are the 3 places that we want to make sure that we're leaving an impact. The first is community empowerment. What does this mean? I think there's a couple things that we're thinking about here. We hear a lot of feedback about events coming into the Bay and people in the Bay Area not feeling like they can access that event, not feeling like they can engage in that event, not feeling like the event is for them. And so we're really thinking through how we make sure that residents across the Bay Area feel like they are part of this somehow, that they have some sort of advantage because they are a Bay Area resident. The other thing we're thinking about in all of the things that people that we have to hire in order to put these events together is how do we make sure that we are impacting the career paths and education curriculum of people who may be able to help us, and we hire them as their first job in an education to workforce pipeline development program. So that's something that's in the works as we speak. Second, no surprise, youth development. Shay talked to you about growing the game of soccer. We're also looking to do that across other sports in the Bay. And also not just physical skill development, but mental health amongst our youth. And finally, in the area of sustainable operations, we would like to be a global showcase on how you can bring global sporting events to a region and think about sustainability first. We have an advantage in this regard. Levi Stadium has a very high LEEDs gold rating, so that starts us, but our focus on things like mass transit, on how people get to and from the game, on how people are actually educated about environmental sustainability with us as a megaphone, those are things that we're going to focus on. All right, next steps. Short, but that doesn't indicate the amount of work that we actually have to do. 3 major next steps. Obviously work really close with the City of Santa Clara and the SCSA on all of the agreements that have to be put into place and ongoing preparations across both of the events that will happen here. Continue our fundraising efforts. This is a really, really big initiative for us. You can imagine that 3 events means 3 times the amount of things that we have to purchase, procure, manage, organize, et cetera. And then await additional information from FIFA and the NFL. Obviously, the NFL, that planning cycle, as I said, will start very soon. And so they will dictate to us shortly on how we're going to operationalize these events. With that, my presentation is over. I'll give it back to the city manager and city attorney. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Zaylene, and representatives of the host committee. I'll just do a quick introduction of the next part of our presentation. And as I mentioned, there'll really be 2 themes that you will hear. One will be our direct preparations. We're going to bring it back local to Santa Clara, as well as organizational readiness. And so first, we'll talk about negotiation of agreements and the acquisition of documents that we all know occupied much of 2023. And Glenn Googans, our city attorney and general counsel for the Stadium Authority, will talk about that. We next will have Chuck Baker, our assistant city manager, address the next 2 topics, and those are our ongoing city and Stadium Authority work efforts, as well as city infrastructure and resources at a very high level. Again, we will have Alicia Knight, our development project manager, discuss capital improvement projects. We're going to pause during this presentation and tell you a little bit about how we're enhancing our oversight of capital projects and paying very close attention to the one capital project that is required with these two games, and that's the bowl modifications. We'll then talk about emergency preparedness with David Flam, our emergency services manager. Next, we will again have Richard Fitting from our police department, and then we will have ACM Chuck Baker discuss plan work efforts, and I will have one very quick recommendation next step slide. I will now turn it over to Glenn Googans.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Chair, Council and Board, Glenn Googans, City Attorney and Authority Council presenting. Appreciate the opportunity tonight to lead off part 2 of the presentation on your upcoming events. As you know, from a series of communications and presentations you've had on this issue over the past months, a significant part of staff's early efforts with respect to the World Cup 26 was assuring that we obtained full, unredacted versions of the key documents setting forth our proposed obligations for this major event. The primary challenge with this was that FIFA viewed many of the terms of the agreements to be confidential, and they were not accustomed to providing full documentation that would be widely available to competing cities and the public at large. Their experience and interest, of course, ran contrary to our interest in obligations to provide information to the public under applicable laws and best practices. That said, all parties really had concerns about making public terms that were still under negotiation and terms and attachments to those agreements that could reveal sensitive security details about the venue or the event. We are ultimately able to bridge these divides with the information sharing agreement under terms, although not to everyone's liking, that got us the documents that we needed in the forms we needed to really dig in and understand the challenges that were before us. The key agreements are identified on this slide. They include, of course, the stadium agreement entered into by Manco and USA Soccer as part of the proposed bid back in 2018. USA Soccer ultimately assigned their interest in subsequent agreements to a local FIFA entity responsible for implementing the 2026 event. The host city agreement entered into by Bay Area Host Committee and FIFA, also as part of the proposed bid back in 2018. An addendum to the stadium agreement and the host city agreement that amended both of those documents in 2022 with some more refined concepts about what those obligations would be. Those are the key agreements. Importantly, the information sharing agreement also obtained a process for us to be able to obtain in a little easier fashion additional agreements and information that may bear on authority and city responsibilities or otherwise create local impacts as a result of this event. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into those into the details of these agreements, but versions of these agreements, although with sensitive information redacted, are available to the public currently on the city's website. With full agreements in hand, we were really finally able to dig in to identify the additional information that we needed, the risks that needed to be mitigated, and as a threshold matter, affirm what we thought was the case initially. And that is, like with other major events of this kind, at least from the Stadium Authority standpoint, the event is not expected to generate net positive revenue. In fact, quite the opposite. This is because there are much higher than typical public safety and security costs associated with this type of event. There are significant and costly field enhancements necessary to meet FIFA standards to hold the event here. And relatedly, insufficient revenues in this manner in the form of rent payments to cover these costs. In this scenario, assigning the responsibilities and revenues to a third party, in this case, the Bay Area Host Committee, makes the most sense as an overarching deal structure. So accordingly, while still analyzing this cost and revenue profile, we are now engaged in negotiations of what we are referring to as an assignment and an assumption agreement, really kind of the master agreement to manage this event from an operational standpoint. The parties to this event will be the Stadium Authority, of course, and the city, Bay Area Host Committee, MANCO, and depending upon the terms, potentially even STADCO. The premise of this is that all event obligations and costs under the stadium agreement, both operating and capital expenditure costs, shall be assigned to and assumed by the Bay Area Host Committee in consideration of the Bay Area Host Committee receiving the associated revenues, again, primarily in the form of rent that would be paid by FIFA for each match day, and a certain amount of compensation for each non-match day. While there remains really quite a bit to still be worked out, there is a general agreement among all stakeholders, including FIFA, that this underlying premise is acceptable and makes sense as a structure for their relationships going forward. Consistent with this premise, this next slide identifies the key terms that are the focus of our current negotiations. Obviously not all terms, but key categories of terms. First is that we really need to refine our definitions and understandings of event expenses and event revenues, including planning costs, and what, if any, pre-agreement planning costs may be offset. We also need to refine our definitions and understandings of what the required stadium improvements are. And Alicia Knight will discuss this in greater detail kind of later in her portion of the presentation. We also very much want assurances that the cost reimbursements that we're expecting will be available when needed and in the amounts needed, so that our efforts that are put in and the costs that we expend align with the availability of revenues. We're also very interested in preserving whatever we can of of our non-NFL event surcharge and possible other mechanisms that could offset our opportunity costs. This is very important, and now that we know the dates for the matches, we are working with the Bay Area Host Committee and with FIFA to define the non-exclusive and exclusive use periods for FIFA operations, both to develop that go before and both after, the matches that are scheduled, both to develop and understand the details of our support for this event, particularly the security obligations over this extended period of time, and to better understand the opportunity cost of non-NFL events that we might otherwise have had during this time period, and what can be done to offset as much as possible that opportunity cost. We're, of course, looking to maximize community benefits, some of which were alluded to as part of the Bay Area Host Committee's presentation. That can take a variety of different forms. We are, of course, looking for accounting and oversight to assure proper allocation of costs and full reimbursement to the city of those costs. And in the end, we'll need to obtain FIFA approval for all of this, and we hope a formal release from FIFA of any other obligations now that the Bay Area Host Committee is assuming those obligations. There's a multitude of other terms and issues that we'll need to deal with. Reconciliation of some of the proposed uses with existing uses and agreements, conflicts, invoicing and accounting details, and of course, every lawyer's favorite subject, what happens if things go wrong? We're now diving into all of those subjects with business and lawyer meetings being set up over the next few months to resolve these matters. We're targeting, I think, realistically, completing these negotiations in the next few months with the resulting final proposed agreement to be tendered to you for your consideration, we're hoping sometime this summer. We will get you updates before that, of course, including a more detailed risk and issues analysis that my group's currently working on that we intend to get to you in the next couple of weeks. talked about some of the agreements, but of course there's more. There's always more. The assignment and assumption agreement, as I discussed, is the master agreement among the parties, but there'll be other implementing agreements as well. There will be a government services agreement contemplated by the assignment and assumption agreement that will be entered into with the city, both for the stadium agreement responsibilities with respect to the operations of the event, and if Bay Area Host Committee seeks the city contribution towards any of the host city agreement obligations, which we are not directly a party to, they will provide and identify those, and we'll need to enter into an agreements with respect to those as well, with city being compensated for that. There'll be use agreements, we certainly hope and expect, with respect to the convention center, because there'll be a lot of activity there. There'll be a number of implementing agreements with other public safety organization, with Manco, of course, who will continue to be kind of the hands-on stadium operator, as part of this event. Details of how that's going to work are still to be worked out. There's going to be other agreements yet to be determined. So there's a lot going on. There's a lot we've initiated. We've traded substantial concepts and term sheets already, and we're going to be meeting again soon on a regular basis in order to chase all those to ground and have those back for your consideration. Of course, we've got the last item here, the Super Bowl League event agreement. The one we did back in 2016 was called the Government Services Agreement. But this is kind of a different animal from what's contemplated now for the World Cup event. As some of you know who are involved with Super Bowl 50, the Super Bowls are treated as an NFL event under the existing stadium lease. They're specifically contemplated as such in Article 21 of that stadium lease. And as such, Stadco is already obligated to reimburse all of our costs associated with that. But because of the level of security required, again, Super Bowl is a unique event as well, as you're going to hear in a little bit more detail, and possible other terms and obligations, including local benefits. A legal event agreement, again, is contemplated. The Article 21 also contemplates third parties being part of that in a traditional format for hosting these types of events. Again, Bay Area Host Committee in an earlier iteration was party to that back in 2016. They're going to be engaged again as part of that. But really, this is more of a traditional government services agreement. And we're leaning into that as well. Again, referred to the Super Bowl 50 agreement that we entered into based on our review of this, and we've dug into this pretty deeply. Some lessons, I think, that we learned as part of how that event came out, and some new objectives. We've now developed terms for the Super Bowl 60 version of this agreement, and we'll be tendering this soon to the Bay Area Host Committee for initiation of negotiations in and around that, agreement as well. In the interest of time, and because my voice, maybe mercifully for all of you, is now giving out of me, I'm not going to go into the detail of the Super Bowl agreements. I think you've heard enough from me. I'll now yield the podium to Assistant City Manager, Executive Director Chuck Baker. And of course, along with everybody else, my voice permitting, will be available at the end to answer any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Next.
Thank you, City Attorney, for that very comprehensive review. Good evening, Madam Mayor and Board Chair, members of the Council, and members of the Stadium Authority Board. So my name is Chuck Baker. I'm the Assistant City Manager, and I oversee the Stadium Authority as well as the Convention Center and the DMO. And so I'm going to walk you through our ongoing city and stadium work efforts that help us prepare for the FIFA World Cup as well as Super Bowl 60. And so let's start with FIFA World Cup. And so Zaylene mentioned that November 1 of last year, staff was able to attend a FIFA meeting that took place in the Bay Area at Levi Stadium in particular. And so the next FIFA meeting took place at the 92nd Annual Conference of Mayors meeting in mid-January of this year. And this was at the White House. And so FIFA scheduled their meetings alongside this conference so it could efficiently bring together the 11 host city leaders into one location. the White House worked with FIFA to provide host cities with an update of their planning efforts, as well as the status of federal funding to support the host cities. And so the city manager attended 2 meetings, one that provided the update on federal funding, and the other on public safety and transportation issues surrounding the games. Several agencies presented, including, as you see, the Department of Homeland Security. Well, we'll get into the legislative agenda in just a second, but the Department of Homeland Security, State Department, Department of Transportation, Commerce Department, and the White House were presenting. And then in addition, we were able to take advantage of the trip, and our legislative consultant scheduled direct meetings between the city manager and federal lawmakers, including Senator LaFonza Butler, Senator Alex Padilla, Representative Kevin Mullen, and then representatives from state staffers from Anna Eshoo as well as Ro Khanna. And so our Super Bowl 60 efforts have consisted of a few meetings since our last update in September. The first meeting occurred on December 13th. The staff had a chance to meet with representatives from the NFL as well as representatives from the Bay Area Host Committee and several of their partners during their official tour of Levi's Stadium. Then the second, more comprehensive meeting occurred in Vegas during the final days leading up to Super Bowl 58. The NFL puts on 2 what they call future host programs, the VPSO as well as the Future Host Cities meeting. And so specific for the cities, these are the folks that are in line for the next Super Bowl. So the meetings and tours for the VPSO included the local FBI office and command center, Allegiant Stadium, NFL Fan Zone. For the interest of time, I won't go through every list. But let's drill down a little bit more on the Future Host Cities meeting, which was attended by Javon and myself. We had a total cohort of 18 folks from the Bay Area, which included, Visit Santa Clara. We had the Convention Center. We had San Jose Sports Authority, Visit San Jose, Giant Enterprises, Moscone Center, representatives from BCG. And so overall, we were one of 4 cities that attended. The other 2 cities were Los Angeles, which was hosting Super Bowl 61, as well as New Orleans, which is the next city in line. Incidentally, Charlotte attended as well. I think they're interested in understanding the infrastructure for future consideration for a Super Bowl. And so the Future Host City meeting offers a facilities tour and briefs future Super Bowl organizers on current NFL programming elements of Super Bowl 58 with the understanding that the detailed programming may change from year to year. It's really a preview of what is to come. And so think about New Orleans, which is hosting next year's Super Bowl. It was well attended. They had a large cohort, including their mayor, the lieutenant governor of Louisiana was in attendance, as well as a couple dozen staffers and host committee officials. There was a small contingent from Los Angeles, and like I said, Charlotte was in attendance. On Friday, February 9th, representatives from the NFL conducted an operational tour with all the groups of Allegiant Stadium. We discussed the logistics inside and outside of the security perimeter, and then we held a QA session. The group later toured the credentialing center at the Mandalay Bay Convention Center, and then went on a back-of-the-house tour at the Convention Center. And this gave us a firsthand look at the detailed logistics planning that needed to take place for those venues. We then met at Caesar's Palace, where we participated in NFL staff presentations from various departments, which included community relations and social responsibility, supplier diversity, business connect, budget and audit, legal, and workforce teammates. We also met with On Location, which is the hospitality agency, and the Las Vegas Host Committee, which is the Bay Area Host Committee's counterpart. On Saturday, we were able to see several event activations inside and outside of the perimeter. So it was a really great opportunity for us to see the logistics and understand how to mitigate risk and plan moving forward. Now I'd like to switch gears a bit and discuss the ongoing work efforts that involve the city's infrastructure and funding resources. We're at the very early stages, as Zaleen pointed out, in planning, and staff is having internal conversations around readiness in 2026. For the most part, these efforts are done in our normal course of work through the lens of how we can mitigate risk and ensure that we're adequately prepared. So a mobile command vehicle is something the city's fire department needs to support moderate incidents that could occur in the city, such as a multi-alarm fire incident. And so we've submitted a $2 million state budget request to Assemblymember Evan Lowe to fund a command vehicle that will be suitable for these moderate events, but also for large events such as the Super Bowl or the World Cup. And so we want to be able to support regional emergencies with unified command, and this mobile command vehicle is important. Our emergency services manager, David Flam, will speak more on this in a little bit. The fire chief also recognized that our SAFER grant is set to expire in March 2026, which is after the Super Bowl but before the FIFA. And so the grant funds, it's an important grant, 18 firefighter positions. So staff is working with the city's legislative consultant as well as FEMA to explore options to obtain more funding and or extend the grant through July 2026. The city's PD and fire department's public safety radios are reaching end of life and need to be replaced. So staff is happy to report that we were able to secure funding from two sources. One is a $1.7 million appropriation in Assembly Bill 102 from, thank you, Assemblymember Evan Lowe. And there's a pending $963,000 earmark from Congressman Ro Khanna. And thank you both for those representatives to help us. And so in addition to city infrastructure work, staff is analyzing organizational workloads that support our infrastructure, which includes identifying city contracts, MOUs, and agreements that are set to expire. We want to be ahead of that. And so one example of this is the Unisys agreement. Unisys is important. We outsource our IT support staff through Unisys, and that provides critical support for our on-prem and cloud infrastructure, data estate, our business applications, our networking and device maintenance and remediation. And so this work is led by our CIO, Gaurav Garg, who is evaluating these workloads and contracts in his normal course of work and in the vein of adequately preparing the organization well in advance of our major events. And so staff is conducting strategic planning on all of our city capital projects to ensure completion before or after the major events in the areas we talked about. And so one example, oops, let me go back. Yeah, sorry. Oh my goodness. What's going on? Oh, here we go. Okay, sorry about that. All righty. Yeah, okay, there we go. Sorry about that. So one example is Great America Parkway and Mission College intersection improvements project, where we'll present to council later this month on the 19th. And this project will widen the intersection with additional left turn and vehicle lanes. It'll offer a bike lane, add pedestrian and bus stop improvements, traffic signal upgrades, and pavement rehabilitation. The project is really good for the city and in general, and will mitigate impacts due to our advanced strategic planning efforts. So as I close and turn it over to our development project manager, the main key takeaway is that our ongoing city and stadium authority work efforts allow us to be prepared well in advance. We're preparing now for the future in our normal course of business, and with that, I will turn it over to Alicia. Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you. All right. Good evening, members of the Stadium Authority Board, members of the public, and the staff. My name is Alicia Knight, and I'm the Development Project Manager for the City of Santa Clara and the Stadium Authority. I'll be walking you through the next few slides that outline the enhanced oversight that the Stadium Authority will be providing in an effort to track and coordinate the capital projects that have been identified by the Stadium Manager over the next few years, and more specifically, the additional focus required for anticipated maintenance and replacement needs to accommodate the 2026 major events. The Stadium Manager has identified a number of projects that will need to be completed by 2026. At this time, there are no known specific stadium requirements or improvements needed for the Super Bowl 60, and one known capital project required by FIFA, which is the bowl pitch modification project. This next slide outlines the areas of oversight the Stadium Authority will be enhancing. As the stadium ages, more advanced oversight is required to maintain the base infrastructure and public-facing areas. The first bullet speaks to the schedule sequencing, in which the Stadium Authority has already implemented a weekly meeting cadence that will give us a chance to provide oversight to the stadium capital projects that are funded by both STADCO, the 49ers organization, and the Stadium Authority properly. This is a new effort that we implemented a few months ago, and in these meetings, we drill into the scopes and timelines provided by the stadium manager. This is done by reviewing the overall project plan, critical path, and potential specific details that may impact the overall facility and its revenue, as well as provide additional oversight to the projects funded by the Stadium Authority and ensure they are completed on time and within budget. In addition to providing the general oversight of regular capital projects in coordination with the stadium manager, the Stadium Authority aims to mitigate any potential impacts during the non-NFL season. This will be realized through the Stadium Authority's oversight and review of potential project timelines and milestones. The oversight framework includes review and compliance with regulations, standards, and adherence to the agreements. Additionally, interdepartmental coordination is required to facilitate plan review and permitting coordination. The enhanced oversight of the annual capital expenditure budget and 5-year capital plan will help ensure the overall project success and planning through execution. So this next slide provides a list of sample capital projects that are planned to be completed by 2026, but I do want to point out that these projects are not required by Super Bowl or FIFA. As I walk you through the project chart, you should note to the left-hand side of the chart identifies the proposed projects needing improvements, and to the right of the slide details the funding responsibilities. The first project is the video board replacement project. You should be familiar with this project as it's been mentioned in relation to the naming rights signage. This project consists of 2 stadium scoreboards in the stadium's interior and is pictured on the top right of the slide. The rough estimate for this project is $70 million and will be funded by STADCO. The second project listed are the suite renovations, which is another large project that includes improvements and upgrades of the Tower Suites, North Suites, and Cisco Lounge. The rough estimate of this project is around $45 million and will be funded by STADCO as well. The third project listed is the enhanced naming rights signage, which refers to the one-time enhancement of 4 naming rights signs on the east and west exteriors of the stadium and the 2 scoreboards in the interior of the bowl. You can see an example of the 2 signs in the photos in the upper right-hand corner, and these signs will be replaced and upgraded and are a joint funding effort by the Stadium Authority and STADCO. The estimate for this project is $3 million, of which $2 million will be funded by the Stadium Authority, and any cost above $2 million will be split 70-30 between the Stadium Authority and STADCO. The fourth project is the renovation of the Yahoo Wings concession area. This is a jointly funded effort as well. You can see a rendering of the anticipated renovations of this special events area in the photo in the lower right-hand corner of the slide. The rough estimate for this project is $16 million, of which roughly $15 million will be funded by STADCO, and roughly $1 million will be funded by the Stadium Authority. The last project listed on the chart here is the sports field lighting LED retrofit project, which consists of bringing the current field lighting and LED configuration into compliance with the current state regulations and standards. This project will provide energy savings, as LED lights tend to last much longer and require less maintenance. This project will be funded by the Stadium Authority and has a rough estimate of $367,000. And again, this is just a snapshot of the capital projects looking to be completed by 2026, but are not required by FIFA or Super Bowl. The last slide identifies the one known capital project required by FIFA, mentioned previously, which is the bowl pitch modification project. These modifications will allow the stadium to comply with the FIFA pitch regulation requirements. And this modification will require approximately 4,300 square feet of renovations. If you reference the interior bowl photo to the right-hand side of the slide, these modifications will be made to the four corners of the lower precast bowl at the level 100 and 300 corner sections. Modifications will include temporary changes to the seating bowl for 2026 FIFA World Cup matches, but this will create a system that quickly restores the seating bowl back to the original configuration once the World Cup matches are complete. That's all I have. I'm going to now pass it over to David Flan, our emergency services operator. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. Good to see you in person. So I'm David Flam. I'm your emergency manager, and I've got a long-standing history with Levi Stadium, so I'm actually very happy to be a part of this event. Not only was I part of a professional skydiving team that jumped into the second game ever at Levi Stadium, and not just one of Shea's games annually against the Galaxy. Go Quakes.
Boo, Galaxy.
That's right. That's right. I also, in my past life, was the deputy director for the county's Office of Emergency Management and spent weeks coordinating the vaccination center at Levi Stadium and was assigned to the city for Super Bowl 50. In my role, let me make sure I've got this here. In my role as the emergency manager during that event and in my role during this event, my job is to coordinate the strategic preparedness towards resilience amongst all of the emergency management agencies as well as other agencies that might be involved all the way up to the federal level. And that's also up and down the peninsula. We coordinated with City and County of San Francisco, the County of San Mateo, County of Alameda, and obviously our partners here at the County of Santa Clara. We made sure that the coordination was happening at a strategic level, focusing on a whole of jurisdiction approach to the event and all the public safety issues and concerns. Currently, we're already doing things in the course of our regular duties that are preparing us for this event. And as an example, we've had several events that have been focusing on the FBI and learning about what roles they play in regards to victim services. We've just recently on Friday attended a cyber tabletop exercise in Marin County. It was a regional exercise with all of our IT partners across the region. We're also going to be hosting at no cost to the city, in partnership with the Department of Homeland Security, a cyber tabletop exercise here in the city of Santa Clara with all of our various departmental partners. We also are bringing in the Texas A&M Engineering Extension Service. They have the premier large sporting event training suite for these types of events, and we're going to be hosting 7 of those trainings here in the county, 3 of them here in the city, and they're going to be specifically focused on these types of large events and how to prepare from a public safety standpoint. If we compare to the Super Bowl 50 preparations, most of those public safety preparations on the emergency management side didn't start until just 10 months before the game. We had 5 different emergency management planning groups. We had 35 different planning meetings amongst those groups. We conducted over 6 drills and exercises and conducted a number of trainings as part of the preparation for that event. So now, and I think it's important to underscore how much further along we are. We're starting much earlier. We're starting 2 years out versus 10 months out. We've got a number of products and templates as a result of Super Bowl 50 that we did not have for Super Bowl 50. We literally were spending staff hours inventing these things. And now we have them. We can fill those in and it'll take a tremendous amount, I should say less amount of staff time. A number of complex problems are already solved. For example, which private entities like utility providers are going to be in which operation centers? Which operation centers are we going to have? Where are they going to be hosted? We have a joint information center plan that we use for Super Bowl 50, but also a far more robust PIO network within the county that did not exist prior to Super Bowl 50. And we have got a dedicated PIO in the city, which is a more robust program than we had before Super Bowl 50. Additionally, prior to Super Bowl 50, our Emergency Operations Center here in the city, I'll be honest, looked like a tomb that hadn't been opened up since the 60s. And now it's built out, got modern technology, modern competencies, it's well exercised, well used, not just because of the work that I'm doing, but because of my predecessor, Lisa Schoenthal, and the work that she did. We also have an emergency management program in place that's extraordinarily robust and that was not in place prior to Super Bowl 50, that we were literally building on the fly as we were rolling up into the event of Super Bowl 50. We've got a number of relationships established, not just in our neighboring cities, but across the whole Bay Area that have gone through this event and understand the expectations that weren't aware of what to expect going into this event last time. We have a number of trainings and classes that we specifically tailored for this event that we're bringing in earlier. So we've got a number of things that are well ahead of where we were at last time. And to underscore that, if planning for Super Bowl 50 was a 100-yard dash, we're starting 10 steps ahead, starting earlier, and running on much stronger legs. And with that, I'll hand it over to the very capable hands of Captain Richard Fitting.
I'm going to start with Go Bay FC on March 30th. Yeah. Yes, yes, ma'am.
Someone say end? Okay.
4 sides. Greetings, Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff, and those from our community. My name is Richard Fitting. I've been before you before, and I'm a police captain with our police department, and I oversee our Special Operations Division. I'm accompanied by Assistant Chief of Police Derek Rush. Special Operations is comprised of 9 full-time employees and 1 part-time employee, each of whom fulfills a specialized role in terms of public safety planning for special events in the city. We also lead and manage more than 200 per diem employees that assist in various roles for major events at Levi Stadium. These per diem employees include special event officers, traffic control personnel, and dispatchers. Worth noting, our responsibility is not limited to planning and implementing operational action plans for just events at Levi Stadium. We coordinate assessments and/or develop public safety deployments for special events within the entire city throughout the year, from the Art and Wine Festival to events at the Convention Center or public demonstrations that may arise. Last year, we led such efforts for approximately 80 events. Today, we'll be discussing our public safety steps forward as we ensure our readiness for the major events to come in 2026. This will encompass a reference to our previous successes in coordination of Super Bowl 50 events and a recognition that while elements still apply, there will be variances. I will also describe recent planning efforts, including staff presence at Super Bowl 58. And I will close with a description of various steps in progress and to come in the near future. My disclaimer that I should have started with is that I speak fast.
Is that only the first slide?
We're ready. We're ready.
All that?
Here we go.
Okay.
A great deal of responsibility comes with the development and implementation of a public safety operational action plan for any major event that takes place at a large-scale venue, let alone one that is chosen to host the Super Bowl or the World Cup. As you know, this city, this community, our police and fire departments, and all our internal and external partners have indeed experienced that responsibility and have executed a safe and successful series of events and tasks for Super Bowl 50. An event, as noted by the city manager, was watched by more than 110 million people around the world. All eyes were on Santa Clara in 2016 and will be again in 2026. We will again prepare for and implement sound planning strategies for these major events in 2026. To be successful, we must begin with a comprehensive review of Super Bowl 50, including our successes and our challenges. Dissecting this framework, such as the exhaustive partnerships necessary, or even the structure of our necessary subcommittees, an example diagram you see above, will be critical to reapplying what will work for us in 2026 and adjusting what needs to change a decade later. While certain components will remain the same or be enhanced, changes in technology, infrastructure, and criminal and terrorist behavior will necessitate corresponding modifications to our training, planning, and execution of our event action plans. We're already considering these enhancements and how our training and collaboration will increase and what steps we need to take for the acquisition of necessary resources. There's a bit of a description regarding what a special event assessment rating is here. I have a description here, or I can, in the interest of time, move forward. Typically, Super Bowls are Tier 1 events. We do not have a rating or for FIFA matches for the city of Santa Clara. We routinely collaborate with our external partners in the interest of public safety planning, not only for the next major event at Levi Stadium in the spring, but the next special event elsewhere in the city, or indeed our significant events scheduled for 2026. As noted, most recently, we participated in the Visiting Public Safety Officials Program for Super Bowl 58. This is a structured and recurring component of every Super Bowl, as noted for both the host law enforcement agency and the 2 subsequent Super Bowl public safety working groups. Therefore, for 58, representatives from New Orleans were present, as well as members from our city police department and our fire department. To exemplify our recognition of the importance of local and regional partnerships, representatives from San Jose PD, the Sheriff's Office, and San Francisco PD joined us. Their jurisdictions and areas of responsibility will be impacted by Super Bowl 60 and likely the World Cup and the respective events surrounding each. Our daily itineraries were full with various tours, briefings, demonstrations, and overall exposure to the planning process of a modern-day Super Bowl. We visited and were exposed to a wide variety of operation centers, including those that were intelligence-based, communications-related, and training centers or various command posts. Most, if not all of these cooperatives will need to be organized and operated for our 2026 events. We will either coordinate these or have touch points with our allied partners for each. We also received a comprehensive presentation with an overview of the public safety planning that took place for Super Bowl 58. The experience left us with numerous takeaways. One, the scope and magnitude of a modern-day Super Bowl seems to elevate as each Super Bowl passes. Mind you, this was Vegas, so that was an enormous factor in and of itself. However, in considering the public safety threats that have materialized since 2016, our landscape has changed. Whether it be the 2017 mass casualty event at the Route 91 Mandalay Bay event, the Gilroy Garlic Festival, or the Super Bowl parade recently in Kansas City, our planning must be thorough, sound, and in accordance with established and best practices to mitigate risks and promote public safety. With each major event at Levi Stadium, we continue to enhance our readiness. Another takeaway was a reminder that our internal lift will be significant, and this is not only within the police department, but within our city organization. We knew this and know this, but being there to see it and feel it was a reminder of the work and responsibility to come. There are many takeaways, but one worth emphasizing is that our allied partner relationships will be critical to our success. We need to maintain, nurture, and expand our relationships with local, regional, state, and federal partners. We have begun and will continue our review of not only our Super Bowl after-action reports, but those of others as provided. We are also actively in our annual review period of numerous foundational policies, procedures, and guidelines. These reviews will not only improve efficiencies for all major events, but increase our readiness for 2026. An increased and focused training cadence is in progress and will continue. As one example, we will be working with numerous regional partners for a large-scale exercise in the spring. While this is an annual occurrence, it too will promote our readiness for 2026. We began to evaluate future resource, technology, and other equipment needs, and several have already been submitted and reviewed by each of you as recently as last week during the 24-25 budget session and our CapEx submissions. We have completed a draft subcommittee chart in line with our model for Super Bowl 50, but with some adjustments based on what a current public safety plan will require for Super Bowl and World Cup. We are also evaluating the need for additional full-time personnel dedicated solely to this planning effort. A significant amount of our planning will be dictated by areas of responsibility, whether it be entertainment activations, lodging for teams or officials, large-scale screening processes, or other. As we're seeing in New Orleans in next year's Super Bowl 59, much of this information is not yet known and may not be determined for quite some time. Lastly, and to reemphasize what we've said repeatedly these past few minutes, fostering our relationships with our allied partners and engaging in collaborative planning and communication will be key to our public safety planning and event implementation successes. Thank you. Go Bay FC.
All right, I'm not going to say that. In the interest of time, I will take us through the remaining slides, but we have a lot of work to do. As you can see, we have a number of people at our city team that are working on it, and we are organized. And so our planned work efforts are we will continue to work with the Bay Area Host Committee and key stakeholders on finalizing our government services agreement and the other agreements related to Super Bowl, and of course bring those to the board for approval. Similar with the FIFA World Cup, we will continue negotiating the assignment and assumption agreement and bring that as well as future agreements before the board. We will continue to work with the host committee and identify Santa Clara-focused community organizations, and we've talked a lot about that today, as well as small business owners that can serve as stakeholders as we in the NFL develop their business connections, or what's also called supplier diversity strategy. And we will also partner with various municipal agencies that are key to this work effort because we are one city involved in this very elaborate planning effort. With regard to the World Cup, staff is focused on ensuring that all communities in Santa Clara reap the benefits from the incredible economic and cultural benefits that the World Cup will provide, and we will, of course, continue to partner with all of the agencies mentioned. Next steps is our next update will be before the council in June. As you know, our last update was September of '23, probably why we're providing you with a very comprehensive and elaborate update, but we certainly want to be back to you sooner, and so we are planning our next update to you in June of '24. And the recommendations here is to note and file the report and adopt the guiding principles for Super Bowl 60 with any changes that you may desire. Again, thank you, City Council, thank you, Board, thank you to the entire team. I know it was a long presentation, but we wanted to give you a full complement of the work that has been done, as well as a real highlight and a preview of the real work to come. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chahal?
This is a question session, right?
This is comment and note and file.
Okay.
Questions, comment, note and file.
Thank you, everyone, for presentation on the presentations, and I know it's a very heavy lift for everyone over here. Bay Area Host Committee, you just founded, and you are taking all that load. So I have several comments to make and several questions on the process, basically. If, they fall in different brackets, but if they can answer accordingly, that would be great. My first question is, like Bay Area Host Committee is taking the responsibility to conduct the FIFA game over here, basically, and the Super Bowl. What are the other agencies in other cities doing that? Are they comparable agencies? I know you did mention some of the sports commissions are there which are handling this thing. And how are they different in public information dissemination? Because, you know, we are a city, Santa Clara Stadium Authority, we have different rules of declaring and all the public information. How are those agencies dealing with that? That's the question. Mix of a question between different agencies, whosoever can answer that. City Attorney did mention that whatever agreements we sign with Bay Area Host Committee, they have to be approved by FIFA. Why is that? Like this agreement between us, why FIFA is into place to approve or oversight the agreements, basically. Super Bowl 60 public safety cost. My question is, does public safety cost would be much higher than what we incur on a normal NFL game or playoff game over here, because it's a sort of an international event, biggest sporting event of United States. So will the threshold still apply? As per our agreement, we have some public safety cost thresholds. Will they still be applied, or what are our way outs to recover our full cost on those, basically? My next, Assistant City Manager Chuck Baker mentioned that during the White House meetings, we are asking for some federal funding. who gets that funding? Does that funding come to the City of Santa Clara, Bay Area Host Committee? Who manages that? How does that funding flows so that City of Santa Clara safeguard its own interest during conducting these two major events, basically? Alicia Knight, I know you did mention a lot of the improvements which are not required for FIFA or capital improvement projects, and you did mention all the costs on those. I did not hear what is the cost associated with changing the FIFA requirements, the field bowl changes, basically, because you are removing some seats which can come back. And how much is the estimated cost on that, and who is responsible for that, basically? Estimate of that. Richard Fitting, Captain Fitting, what did we learn from 2016, and what are the major I know, actually I should drop that question because security related. I don't want to any public discussion on that. I'll drop that question. Those are my questions, and thank you again for your presentation and everybody doing their heavy lift in advance of 2 years of planning. It means a lot to the city, to the residents, and every stakeholder involved in this thing, all the businesses, all the economic activity it will bring to the city. Thank you.
Councilmember Jane.
Yeah, I see that we're falling into a risk-reward scenario here, where with the assignment and assumption agreement, the city's taking no risk, so basically we're getting no reward. I guess the reward that we might get are the indirect benefits. That would be, revenues, TOT from hotel stays and restaurants. I'm wondering, is the city going to somehow track that with the DMO or the Chamber of Commerce to see how we get some benefits? But I don't see that we would be making any money from the actual event itself, the direct benefits. And then I was surprised that it only took 10 months to plan for Super Bowl 16, and here we are 2 years ahead. I wanted to understand maybe from Zylene that when you talk to other commissions or host committees, do you get the sense that they're ahead in their planning than we are? That's all I had. Thank you.
Councilmember Hardy.
Thank you. First off, I was glad to hear that the Super Bowl is under the NFL, because that was one of my big questions that was not answered when I read everything, and to know that we have some protections in place for the city over that. The other part of me is incensed that we are 19 on this list, but then I have to ask myself, and the obvious question would be, what's their criteria? But the other part of me is also wondering if that's partially a blessing, because this takes a lot of effort, energy, money, time, fill in the blank. So that's what I'm wondering with all that we're doing. How are we leveraging it for the future? It's almost amazing to me. We have 3 international airports within a very close proximity. We have the best weather in the world. And we have hotels galore. We have so much infrastructure here that I've asked myself over and over, why have we never had the Summer Olympics here? And, but then I have to ask myself, what's the downside? When I heard I was aware that we're going to need to change the pitch from the Super Bowl to, from football to football, and I know the difference. I was wondering if we're making it so it switches back and forth in a good way. Once we've done those plans, once we have that, are we going to make it so that we can be a little bit interchangeable? I watched, because my mother lived out in the area, I watched Salt Lake, and they're planning for the Winter Olympics in 2002. And the reason I saw that as a positive is it's one of the few Olympics that did not go negative as far as finances. And a lot of the reason I went up to Park City in the summer after that, and they still had the training camp for the jumpers, and they would do their ski jumping into a pool. So they had turned it into a year-round training facility. And I saw that as part of the smart planning. And I knew what Park City was like that before. It was a little tiny, sleepy, whatever. And going there after the Olympics, it had changed. It was very vibrant. It had turned into a destination. And I saw the businesses really taking advantage of that in a good way. And with all the effort, energy, money, time, I would like to see us leverage this in a very smart way so that it's a future situation. When you talked about having the Bay Area Host Committee to not disband, I like that idea, because if it's important to us and we can make it work in a financial way for everyone, then moving up on that list is important. And I don't want to be the best kept secret in the world. Thank you.
Councilmember Becker.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for that very informative presentation. In fact, I think it answered a lot of questions that many of us did have from the last meeting. But first thing I do have, I guess, confirmation is I do see that on here it was talking about February 2026. I do see that it's slated for February 8th, 2026. I don't think that date has changed or anything, or unless they're, I don't know. I just want to make sure that's confirmation that it is February 8th, 2026. And then one of the factors is some of my comments about what this process is. One, I'm glad to see that the Bay Area Host Committee was reborn and that the wealth was spread amongst the Bay Area, because we are the Bay Area. I don't think just Santa Clara, Oakland, San Francisco is just one sole city now. We are a very large metropolitan area. And so I think we represent kind of like the LA area. So I'm really glad to see that we have a competition with Southern California in some respect, because we do need that. And going back to a lot of the questions that were answered at the last meeting, I really appreciate that this report was very detailed, because I know that the mayor and many others on this council had very major concerns, anywhere from getting money that were owed back to planning. I know someone was mentioning on this dais before, oh, we were starting this months ago, a long time ago. Well, seeing that there's only 10 months to prepare for Super Bowl 50, this is now confirmation that we're ahead of the game rather than behind the game. I'm very pleasant to hear from PD and others of the process and actually the what was it called? The documents that you guys had to create, to the formatting to create those documents. I'm really appreciative that you guys have that already set in place. So we're basically hitting the ground running, and I'm very glad to hear that confirmation, because it puts away a lot of those very false narratives out there that are consistently keep being put out there, that we are doing what is appropriate. And I think we are checking all the right boxes, and this presentation tonight really kind of elaborates on that, and I'm really glad to see that, and I'm glad to see how much work and time staff put into this. Yes, the presentation was very long, but it's worth it, because it again corrects a lot out there that's being misinterpreted. My last comment is in regards to the Super Bowl logo, and now since Super Bowl 45, I would say, the NFL got very generic on their logo making process. In the last few years, it's changed a little bit. I got to say, the recent Las Vegas logo was a really upgrade. I see that it's going to be in New Orleans next year, and they revealed their logo. And they said in there that it marks the first time the NFL collaborated with a local artist on the design of a Super Bowl emblem. Well, I want to see that happen here because I don't want no generic logo. Our logo from Super Bowl 50 was iconic. We got to have the same kind of thing for Super Bowl 60. So I just relay that message to you. Because again, I think we are the center of what's possible, so let's have a very popular Super Bowl logo. But other than that, again, I have to reiterate, thank you, staff, for that very long presentation. That was very informative. That answered every question that I had, and probably some other questions out there that are being misinterpreted. Thank you.
Councilmember Watanabe.
Thank you, Mayor, Chair. Thank you, everybody, for the presentations. And it's a lot of information to digest in one evening. But I've taken a lot of notes, but I'm just going to narrow it down to some key things that I've taken away. Starting off with FIFA, looking ahead, it looks like there's going to be a match every 3 days, which will definitely have an impact on public safety. So I'm glad that the public safety presentation and planning is including coordination with area public safety agencies and obviously attending these Super Bowl events will help in that planning. But still, it's going to be a heavy lift for everybody to make sure that there's enough protection in the area. Regarding the Bay Area Host Committee, the Board of Directors, taking a look at the members of that Board of Directors, I see Ahmad Thomas from the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, who's also CEO of the SVLG, on that committee. However, I see that Jed York is the chair of that committee, and also I see that Al Guido is on that committee and a board member. So based on that, I'm just wondering what is the ramifications of that when you have two members of the San Francisco 49ers on the SVLG, and what the impact is going to be in terms of voting. Let me see. I didn't realize that the Bay Area Host Committee was also going to be responsible for the NBA All-Star Game, so that really adds a significant impact to the area, especially since it's just next year. And from what I understand from this past year's the All-Star Game, there are going to be a lot of changes because the style of the game is just kind of getting a little bit, I don't want to say boring, it's exciting, but it's not really competitive. So it's just you're watching a bunch of, all-star players running up and down the court. But it's a great game. It's a lot of fun. I love basketball, but I'm understanding that it's going to have to change to keep the interest, obviously to keep the interest of the fans. Let me see. Raising money from private sector to assist the Bay Area Host Committee in this planning. I have concerns with that, and I will tell you why. Because of the fact that you're talking about the NFL, the NBA, and FIFA, who are known to have a lot of money. And if the Bay Area Host Committee starts approaching our local businesses, because Santa Clara has, 14 major corporations here in the area, and if they could potentially help our city, with community needs, I would rather see, the city being able to approach those companies or representatives from the city to be able to access monies from those companies, because it's something, they're things that we need here in the city right now that would become more permanent as opposed to, the three events that we're talking about that are just going to be here temporarily. And the way that it's being presented right now, we're looking at a revenue loss, Whereas if we could, any monies that would be taken away from these corporations, it's going to be a loss. The city's not going to benefit from it. Whereas if we were able to approach those companies and ask for assistance with different needs, it would be something permanent. I hope I'm getting that message across. Let me see. Okay. I understand I think our firefighters are back in Washington, D.C., looking to hopefully access more monies for an additional SAFER grant that would hopefully help as this gets closer to the dates planned for these events. Regarding the grant for the vehicle, the $2 million, again, is this something that we really need? I'm just going to ask that question because, I mean, I've been out around the stadium and seen, all the different, vehicles that are used to get around quickly. And so I'm just wondering, is this something that is absolutely needed? Because $2 million, again, is something that could really benefit the city right now in a grant. The city capital projects that were lined out, I'm wondering who's going to be paying for those, because they were significant capital improvement projects like in the roads and the traffic signals and those different items. Let me see. It says that there were no capital projects required for the Super Bowl, but there will need to be changes made to prepare the pitch for FIFA. So being that they are so close together, is there enough time to be able to prepare that pitch in time for FIFA? Let me see. Okay, the bowl field modification, who's going to be paying for that? And the Human Trafficking Commission, I sit on that committee, and I understand that Santa Clara played a significant part in the preparation and development of that commission, which has actually been used, the model is being used in Super Bowls now, and they actually have that, I guess they've initiated it to have it ready to go for Super Bowl, which is wonderful. And I know I currently have been the only person attending from Santa Clara for those commission meetings. So I'm hoping that some members of our police department will be re-engaged with them and find out what the updates are. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Okay. I'm just gonna, okay, is that you, Kevin? Councilmember Park.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for the report. Thank you for everyone that came. Thank you to Ms. John Mohammed and to Mr. Salinas and Ms. Wagner. From the Bay Area Host Committee, thank you to staff and all the people that were involved in giving the presentations here. I actually learned a lot about the work that was done previously, and that makes me a lot happier. It's nice to know that a lot of the things that we are looking for in the future, we've actually thought about, we've considered in the past, and we have templates for those. Things will be different, but again, it's better than starting from zero. And we heard earlier about sports organizations for girls and women, and how, like people who are involved in sports, and we see it here, go into leadership. Mr. Salinas, I really appreciate your reference to Germany-South Korea game. I can only think of one game where that happened, and I remember it very well because, I mean, even though through the middle of the game it was known that South Korea would not advance, the fact that they saw a win, that was pretty inspiring. Yeah, so I like when you said that, I was like, oh my goodness, brings back so many memories. But I also heard Ms. Wagner's challenge to the men's team. Wasn't a diss, I saw that as a challenge, right? And then I looked things up and I saw, well, her Wikipedia page is longer than yours, and I just, just wanted to note that. Oh, I'm saying I want my daughter to follow you, so. So anyways, I heard from the city attorney and several other board members mentioned it here, which is this is not necessarily seen as a revenue-generating event, not directly. And I wrote all the FIFA World Cup 26 event obligations under the stadium agreement to be assigned to and assumed by the Bay Area Host Committee in consideration of the Bay Area Host Committee receiving all associated event revenues. And a lot of questions, and I think some of them have already been brought up. There's the reimbursement of expenses. But again, we have the obligations passed to the Bay Area Host Committee, but if the Bay Area Host Committee needs to do something that the city has to approve or the city has to implement, we have this idea of timely reimbursements. There's also this question of, well, what about prepayment for the work that needs to be done, and what constitutes something that the Bay Area Host Committee is obligated to do versus something that is seen as a city improvement that the city needs to own. Like we've heard about, well, we don't have to build major infrastructure. I mean, that's one of the benefits that our city has over some of the previous events where they had to build stadiums, they had to build Olympic events, they had to build venues. Well, we already have built that venue. We have the stadium. But opportunity costs. I mean, we talk about the traffic and infrastructure improvements to mitigate the traffic for the events and improve bikeways, widen roads. And I have a lot of questions as to how we split what those, if there's a split at all. And the bowl field modifications for FIFA World Cup, I mean, I heard about it. I know that this is the only required modifications that we didn't make. I'm actually pretty confident that there's enough time. I mean, football season is over now, and if we look to, can we accomplish something by July or even June of this year, I think we have time to do that. But we're looking at the opportunity costs of, all this money that we need to spend, and I know that we're looking at for Super Bowl, well, actually for FIFA, I think non-NFL event ticket surcharges, and city share of community benefits. It's not necessarily direct money to the city. When we just heard that we have needs to repair, maintain, even replace the International Swim Center, I heard Board Member Hardy talk about Olympics and how Olympics lose money, and I'm then thinking, well, Bay Area Host Committee, we have all the makings of an Olympics bid here in the Bay Area if we can get a pool venue. And again, I agree with Board Member Watanabe, who says, we've got a lot of local companies here. I have no problem with you going to local companies, right? As long as the city also thinks about maybe we can go to them too. And ask for things, because like I said, we've just heard, and we've got a very dire need for International Swim Center maintenance, repair, et cetera. But I'd like to go back to the central theme of the Bay Area Host Committee, which is mega sporting events. Mega events like this are more than just revenue events. I think that what we are looking at is how do we take the events that we have coming up and roll those into a consistent, this is what the Bay Area is known for. These are the kinds of events. Like if you want to have an event, sure, there's a lot of cities that'll do that. There's a top 10 out there. But if you want to have a mega event, if you want to involve an entire area, if you want to have, experience not just a sporting event, but the Bay Area. And as Board Member Hardy said, we've got 3 international airports within, Uber's, $100 Uber's ride away. We've got great weather. I mean, from here, an hour drive gets you to so many different things that you want to go to. And I see the leveraging of events and sports. I think sports, and I've seen this, I've seen people that don't even speak the same language at sporting events unite. It unites communities and society in a way that, like, monetary inequity just doesn't cover. I've seen sports be tied to diplomacy. I mean, we've got, everyone laughed when you've got sports figures going out and talking about different things, but I think, no, people know who they are, right? And they've got what everyone here on council wishes they had. They've got name recognition, and beyond name recognition, we know who they are just by their picture. Again, I do have a lot of concerns. I do have some concerns with how we look at what obligations are going to be paid for by the city, what obligations and how we get those, how we get timely payments. I am looking for not necessarily lots of revenue. I'd like not to lose money. I'd really like the city to be prepared for these events Because again, the city is not going to get as much as it can if we don't have the infrastructure, if we don't have the retail, we don't have the bars, we don't have the places for people, the restaurants, if we don't have that around the stadium area, the event areas. And right now, I'm really concerned at some of the development that's going on there and the timing of those developments. But I have full confidence. I really like to see the confidence from the rest of the board with the new CEO. I like to see that. I mean, I think that that's the number one thing. When people are kind of supportive, it really shows. But I think in this case, showing that the support for Ms. John Mohammed here, that goes a long way with me. And I have full confidence that you as a team, individual champions, you will pull it together as a team as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I just have just a couple of comments and just a couple of questions. First of all, thank you to everyone for presenting this evening. I know the city manager said it'd be less than an hour presentation, but I think we're going on 3 hours right now, so I think everybody loves to talk like we do. So, but thank you all. We have a very good overview of all the different organizations, who they are, who's representing them, and everything else. But I want to say that our city is going to do the heavy lifting in all of these events. And I don't want people to forget that we have the stadium here, we own the stadium, we're going to be responsible to everyone to have a world-class event in the stadium like we did in Super Bowl 50. I was on the city council during Super Bowl 50, so I'm well aware of what we did during that time, and we started 3 years ahead of time. We were rebranding our city, we were planning the events that were gonna happen in Santa Clara. We had to call them our super community events because the NFL wouldn't let us use the Super Bowl, so we made super community. But we were planning 3 years in advance. So I appreciate our emergency services. Maybe they were 10 months, but in the city as a whole, we really wanted to make sure that since we were hosting these events, that they were going to be community events happening at the same time that we were putting on ourselves. So, that's what was happening. We have to deal with and manage and operate these events, but we still have a city to run. As you heard, we have a swim center that is crumbling. We have other priorities and issues, and so in representing the public, we want to make sure that as we are managing and planning for these events, we don't forget, what's going on. We have to operate a city, and I know we're all excited about Super Bowl and World Cup. Me, more World Cup than Super Bowl, but we're super excited about everything. But we still have a responsibility to our community to make sure that, that we're doing our part in doing that. So I want to ask, one of the questions I have is for our city manager, is how is it being communicated to the public and our staff that, we are following these guiding principles that we have established, especially the ones about the reimbursement of all event costs, including public safety for pre- and post-event costs, and our pledge that we're going to follow the law, act ethically and transparently, and everything else. So how is that being communicated to staff? One of the things we talked about at our last, I think it was our last city council meeting, was that it's possible that all of the work that has been done to date, and as I've heard tonight, there's been a lot of work from all of our different departments, that may not have been tracked in terms of costs. And right now, we are under Measure J in Santa Clara. Measure J says that there's no city funds can be used to support the stadium. That's our ordinance, that's our law. So I want to know how those pre-event costs are going to be tracked, if you're going to go back and track them, if they have been tracked, and because there's nothing that can come out of our city's general fund for the operation of any of these events of the stadium and that. What I didn't hear anything tonight about any financial information and what's, happening, or how we're going to handle all of this, because we don't have those agreements. So I know the city's done a lot of work without these agreements in place. So I want to make sure that we have that. And I want to make sure that we are, focus on supporting these events, but making sure we recover our costs and we manage our risks. We're the smallest city, I think, with the smallest police force that are the host to these big events. I think of all of the cities that are hosting these big events. I did go to the mayor's conference, the U.S. Conference of Mayors, talk to other mayors in other cities that are hosting these events, and they are far ahead in terms of their community planning of community events and other things than we are. I don't think our community has any idea of what we're doing or what we're planning for our Santa Clara community. So I want to know that, which leads me to the fact that I don't see a lot of Santa Clara representation on the board. So I don't know why, since we are the owners of the stadium and the hosts of these events, how come we don't have more representation on the board? And then my last question is going to be for Zaylene, is that you have your soccer-specific working group that apparently was formed a year ago, but it doesn't include any of our Santa Clara Youth Soccer Leagues. We have Santa Clara Youth Soccer League and PAL. I talked to both of the presidents today. They don't know anything about it. So why have you gotten all these other soccer communities but not the host city involved as well? So I'd like to see more involvement. Oh, one last thing for the city attorney. I asked this last May, never got an answer, still waiting for it, is I want to know who's representing who. And I see on the Stadium Authority and the Stadium Agreement, Management Agreement, addendum to the hosting agreements, that Al Guido signed both for the Bay Area Host Committee and the Stadium Management Company. And those are two separate entities. So who is representing us? I want to know that. Who is representing us? You can't sign for two different organizations on the same document, and it's on our city website. The highly redacted documents, which I don't know what they say, but I still would like that question answered. All right, so if you could quickly answer all those 200 questions you got, and so we can go, because it is election night and we need to be out of here soon. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, Mayor and Board Chair, and members of the City Council. A number of questions have been raised. I do, looking at all of them, know that we can provide answers tonight. And so why don't I start with the ones related to the Bay Area Host Committee? And so, actually, they are conferring. So why don't I start with a few for the city? There was a question about capital improvements, city capital improvements, and of note, the capital improvement project along Great America Parkway. That is a city project. That project had been planned, had been envisioned for quite some time. That is already a funded project. We highlighted that project tonight because it was in particular one of those city projects that we wanted to make sure we received, that we got funded, and that we planned in time for, so that construction was not going on in 2026. And so that is a completely city project, completely funded, and will certainly have benefits, and it's important to do those transportation improvement projects. With regard to the bold improvements, and this will be my first toss to Bay Area Host Committee, we did present on the one required project with regard to the two major events. And I do know that we have agreement from the Bay Area Host Committee that those bold improvements will be funded by them. And so I'll turn it over to Zaylene Jan Mohammed, the President and CEO, to address that question as well as others, and we'll take them one by one.
Or I can talk about bowl modifications kind of in their entirety, because there were a number of questions around bowl modifications. We do know the pitch is too narrow for FIFA specifications, and so we do know that bowl modifications are going to be required. What those look like right now, we're still trying to figure out in terms of exactly what seats are taken out, how do we maintain ADA compliance, all of those factors are still kind of TBD, and we're working through those plans right now. I think, Board Member Hardy, you asked if we're going to be able to leverage these for future events and how we actually, yes, we are considering that. We do want to bid for a Women's World Cup. It'll be required for that event as well. And so that is also part of our planning process on how we make sure that the stadium is ready for future soccer events that might come into Santa Clara. At this point, yes, we are working through our assignment and assumption.
There was a question about timing. Is there enough time to do those bowl modifications?
Thank you. Yes, we believe there's plenty of time to make sure that those bowl modifications take place. We are not the only city. In fact, most host cities have to undergo bowl modifications. And so all of them are in planning processes right now, going through the same exercise that we're going on how those bowl modifications will take place. And then with respect to paying for bowl modifications, that is one of the negotiating terms within our assignment and assumption negotiations that are ongoing. And obviously, you know, pending those discussions, those will be within our, you know, within our conversations as we move forward. So all normal course of business in terms of figuring out how to do those moving forward. City Manager, I tackled them all.
Number of other questions.
Just bowl modification though, right?
Oh, yeah, we're good on that.
Okay.
Next question, Aileen, don't leave the podium. We'll take the question about the date of the Super Bowl, February 8th. I Googled, I think, like Councilmember Becker, and saw that somewhere on the World Wide Web it is listed as February 8th. But we did say that the NFL has not confirmed that date. Will you talk to that?
That is correct. We have not received a confirmed date by the NFL for when Super Bowl 60 will happen. They go through a number of discussions with rights holders and broadcast partners before they actually confirm a date. So we are waiting anxiously on what that date is. We do believe, based on prior events, that February 8th is a good guess, but we don't have confirmation on that date yet.
What are other host city organizations doing, and where do they stand in their larger planning relative to Santa Clara?
Let's tackle that event by event. So for Super Bowl, the NFL has a very different process as opposed to what happened in Super Bowl 50, and so we are right at the right place at the right time for their planning efforts. They have a very defined 2-year planning cycle that they will kick off here in April, so not behind on that one at all. As it relates to FIFA World Cup, I would say that all the cities are in the same place right now as it relates to planning. As noted in one of the presentations, we haven't had a SEER rating assigned to us yet, and that will dictate a lot of the security and safety that occurs in each city, and so we're waiting for that. And the White House and the federal government and the Department of Homeland Security and the NESEA was waiting for the match allocation to happen before they could assign a SEER rating. So all of that is in progress, and we are right at the same place as all of the other host cities as it relates to planning. In some cases, i.e. the soccer working group, we're ahead. All of our community efforts from a Bay Area Host Committee perspective on how we look at the Bay as a whole in terms of assessing our pillars and what we want to actually lean in on, we are ahead. So, you know, security and safety, I think, is the one everyone's concerned about. We're waiting for a SEER rating, and then we can kind of kick that piece off.
So touching back on soccer and soccer groups, there was a question on there are not any youth soccer clubs in Santa Clara that have participated, and why is there no Santa Clara representation on the board?
I'm going to try and answer this one myself, but if I need help, I'll pull Shay in. But Santa Clara Youth Soccer falls within NorCal and Cal North Club Soccer Associations. Both of those organizations are represented on our soccer working group. As we define what we do in each community around soccer, If barriers exist in the Santa Clara community, if we want to do coaching upskilling in Santa Clara, we will start to get very city-specific. We don't have any community-specific community. We don't have the Peninsula, San Mateo. We don't have those because they're represented by the organizing committees for youth soccer at this point in time. Sweet.
No Santa Clara representation on the larger Bay Area Host Committee board.
Yeah, the board of directors actually was formed prior to my joining, and the board of directors actually existed before I walked in, which can be a little bit of an unnerving experience as a CEO. And so they comprise and represent sport in the Bay. All of the Bay Area professional sports teams are represented, one of which plays in Santa Clara. And then, obviously, we're representing technology, community, and finance on that board as well.
There was another question about one of your subcommittees, I believe, that has a number of members of the 49ers organization on that board, from Councilmember Watanabe.
I believe that was related to the Silicon Valley Leadership Group, of which I am not a member. And so we don't work, while Ahmad Thomas is part of my board, I don't dictate who sits on his board. And so that, I believe that question is answered that way.
How are we leveraging this event for the future by Councilmember Hardy?
How much time do we have? I think this can be thought of in a couple different ways. Obviously, the Bay Area Host Committee to exist as a longstanding entity, I think that will be a great start. I also want to see us move up that list and look through the cost-benefit analysis all the way through. I think operationally, we talked about making sure we have great venues all across the city, and that is an advantage to us. I think making them work in a way that can continuously support events and the changing of these sports events, that is something that we'll have to work on so that we have legacy in terms of operations. And then I think the most important thing is actually the community efforts around it. Again, these events come and go, and if all we do is actually focus on the event itself, we fail. There is so much more that we can do with sport in our community. I think a lot of the board members talked about the impact of sport on youth, on leadership, on community development. That is actually our primary focus, and that's how we actually maintain legacy moving forward.
Okay. And then there was a question from Councilmember Becker about the designing of the Super Bowl logo.
Board Member Becker, you're speaking my language. We actually, just this week, had a call with the NFL as they kick off their branding efforts around what the logo will look like in the Bay Area. I don't have an answer yet, but I also hope that it's not a generic logo. I'm envisioning, use of AI or something really cool. So let's see how that plays out, but noted, and I'm on the same page.
There were a few questions about concerns of raising money from Santa Clara businesses. And knowing that you would do a number of fundraising efforts for everything that the Bay Area Host Committee has to do.
Yeah, a valid point on how to raise funds. And I think there was a point made on the NFL and FIFA and the NBA having a lot of money. Again, they don't share in their revenues for cities to bid for events, and there are a lot of cities bidding for events. And so to be competitive, and to sit at the table with a lot of these cities, we have to figure out a funding model whereby we can actually compete with all of those cities that you're seeing on those lists. And because we sit in a state and a locality where there's not government funding, we have to find a different way to make that money. That's kind of one side of the answer to that question. I would say the other side is part of our budget includes community and legacy initiatives. And so how we work together with the city of Santa Clara as it relates to small business, supplier diversity, youth soccer, all of those things are in consideration and things that we actually really, really want to do together with the city of Santa Clara.
Okay, I think that those are all the questions that were asked for the Bay Area Host Committee. All right, there were a number of questions for staff, and the first one I have here is in regard to the SAFER grant. And funds, absolutely, as mentioned in the presentation, our current SAFER grant expires in March 2026, and we are engaged with our federal legislative advocate and the fire department and the city manager's office is working on that. And we had meetings on that when I was in DC at the U.S. Mayor's Conference. The question around, do we need a fire mobile command vehicle? The answer to that is absolutely. It is a missing piece of equipment in our inventory. Also punctuated by we do not have a Fire Station 10 that was near Levi Stadium, and so there is not a immediate facility there for the fire department. If we do not get that grant, there are certainly workarounds. As you know, with Super Bowl 50 and the federal resources and state resources, there is the ability to borrow a mobile command vehicle from other agencies. We've certainly done that in the past, and it is something that we're looking to. But one of the things that we're looking to do is leverage the need, the real need that we have on a day-to-day, punctuated by the significant events in 2026 to try and receive federal dollars for that. I think that there was a question around the advocacy that we provided in DC and how will those funds be used. Very, very good question. I had a number of meetings with legislators, as did the Bay Area Host Committee. And the goal right now is there is no federal funding for the World Cup in the federal budget. And so there's advocacy at many different levels. Being in DC, I wanted to make sure that we lend our voice to that and the voice of Santa Clara. And so working with our legislative advocate, we set up individual meetings for me to articulate Santa Clara's unique position. And so I think the spirit of your question was absolutely why we set up those meetings, and know that there's a lot of work to ensure that there's dedicated federal funding built in the federal budget. Also, not just for 1 year, but for 2 years. There's a lot of concerns with regard to what happens at a federal level if there's a change in administration. And so just know that there's a lot of advocacy work going on to make sure that not just the Bay Area, but all of the regions that are affected by the World Cup have the funding that's needed. There was a question for the city attorney with regard to who is representing us, and I will turn it to Glenn for that.
Yeah, I've got actually a number of questions I'll address, city manager, and get to that one as well. Member Chahal asked, what are other agencies doing with the documents, in terms of making them available? We've not done a survey on that for all the different various entities. The FIFA lawyers communicated very clearly that was the position FIFA was taking with respect to all of the documents that they were entering into, and the amount of resources that they put into their negotiations with us about that, for me, bears that out. That being said, in the different areas where the events are being held, there is a wide variety of different structures and relationships with FIFA, with a local agency like Bay Area Host Committee, if there is one, and different ownership structures of the stadiums themselves. And so I would say that where there are agreements with public agencies, cities, included, that also have laws that require the disclosure of those documents are being made available, to the public. I'd imagine with the same kinds of redactions that FIFA and all parties are interested in, to making sure sensitive information, isn't being disclosed. To the extent there are agreements with private agencies, and we have kind of a hybrid ability and relationship with the host city agreement and the disclosure of that, like the Bay Area Host Committee. Those are not inherently public documents, and so while we were able to obtain possession of those, it would not be a document that would be naturally subject to disclosure unless it was also directly with a public agency. and reminding you we're not a party, to that agreement. So that's my response to that inquiry and question. There was a question about why do we need approval from FIFA in order to assign the stadium agreement, the rights and obligations under the stadium agreement. That's a provision of the stadium agreement, not a redacted one, so that's available and known, to the public. We think this is not an uncommon structure, and that it clearly contemplates, assignment and assumptions, and we've got no indication in any of the engagements I've had with FIFA, and maybe Bay Area Host Committee could indicate if there's any issues with that as well, that wouldn't be something that they would approve and welcome as part of a lot of the structures that they're engaging in throughout the three countries they're involved with. And Zaleen is nodding, so she believes that's also true. Another question about would public safety thresholds apply? I did the Super Bowl 50 government services agreement, maybe some short shrift with that as part of that agreement. Bay Area Host Committee also assumed, what those public safety costs would be as part of that relationship. And in our league event, agreement with Stadco and the Bay Area Host Committee, we would be proposing to align, with what the agreement was back, in 2016 with that in order to avoid, that very issue, to make sure our costs are paid, but that doesn't have adverse impact, on otherwise stadium authority, revenues. The questions from both Member Watanabe and the mayor regarding conflicts of interest. We've started to engage with Manco on that point going forward, to the extent that there's an involvement of individuals on decision-making for the Bay Area Host Committee that are also involved in decision-making, in Manco and the implementing of the agreement, that could potentially, create an issue, and some form of recusal or other action may be necessary in that. So we're working on developing and implementing appropriate conflict of interest, protocols going forward. With respect to the mayor's point about the both agreements being signed, by Mr. Guido as part of the submittal, to some extent, I would need Mr. Guido to speak for himself as to what his thinking was and identification of conflicts, with that issue. To the extent any of that previous action creates risks or issues for the city, that will be included in the risk memo that my office is working on, and that will be provided to the city council in the next couple of weeks.
Is that it? City manager?
Sure. There were a few questions that were directed to public safety. I think one of them was the fact that the events in Santa Clara are really separated by 2 or 3 days. I do know that out of all the regions, we have, if not one of the most compressed schedules, which we, once we saw that, looked at, frankly, as a benefit because of the mobilization and demobilization that would be necessary if our events were spread over a longer horizon, and having a 19-day period actually adds for a number of efficiencies with planning as well as cost. And so I will invite the police department to expound upon that and add any clarity that I have not provided, as well as I do believe Board Member Watanabe mentioned human trafficking and a panel that she sits on, and I think we can figure that out and have the appropriate personnel attend. Take it.
Yeah, on the human trafficking, Councilmember Watanabe already sent our lieutenant a message for the March 14th commission meeting, so we'll have somebody Zoom in or attend that as well. To the city manager's point, that cadence over that 13-day period for the first 5 matches, it will be a significant lift for our organization, for our police department, for everyone that staffs it, but to highlight that the demobilization or the mobilization will be compressed. The 6th match is roughly a week later, so I think that will help maybe with a bit of a reprieve, but I don't want to take for granted that it will be a significant lift for our organization over those 12 to 13 days, but we'll be ready.
Okay. There was a comment and a question around what occurred for Super Bowl 50 and a number of super community events that were planned. Absolutely, staff is aware of those. As you know, I started less than a year ago, but I did undertake an education of what occurred and all the planning that went into that. I should say very clearly, and I've said before publicly, that we are not planning that level of events. The city spent approximately $2 million of city money 10 years ago planning those super community events. And so we have not engaged, and we do not intend to engage in a level of planning for those super community events. So if the board or the city council would like to do that, certainly willing to engage in a conversation and discuss allocation of resources, but know that that is not a part of our planning. In discussing community benefits and activations for the community, we're really looking at, I think, what we've termed sort of high benefit, high return, low cost events. And so we will have a number of conversations around that, but just wanted to punctuate that point. With regard to guiding principles being communicated to staff, wanted to say absolutely our core team has all of those guiding principles. We have not yet rolled out a plan to all of the city personnel that will be involved in our planning. I think as you saw today, we've spent frankly much of 2023 getting the documents that we need to engage in the negotiation that we're doing now. In addition, we've done a lot of understanding, certainly for myself and the city attorney, and many of our core leadership teams were not here 10 years ago. And so we have spent a number of weeks, or if not months, learning what happened before. I will say that we are absolutely compliant with Measure J, 100%. Many of actually all of our core leadership team members that have been working on this have a part of their regular salary allocated to the Stadium Authority, and so those costs are being billed to the Stadium Authority. With regard to tracking our costs specifically for planning for Super Bowl and FIFA, we have not yet provided charge codes to all of our staff. However, we are assigning all planning costs to the Stadium Authority, and absolutely, as has been noted, specific to public safety, we are waiting on a SEER rating from the Department of Homeland Security that will certainly identify the level of federal resources that will be provided. And at that time, when we engage in detailed event planning, we will be providing direct codes where those costs can be billed to. As we said, we are currently negotiating the reimbursement agreements, but know that we are fully compliant with Measure J. One of the things that we wanted to articulate for you tonight is that there is a lot of work that has been done to understand the impact that it will have on the organization, and we are at the beginning part of our planning process to make sure, Mayor, exactly what you said. We have a city to run.
I have to ask you a question because this is really important. You just said that all the planning that you've done so far, you do not have charge codes for Super Bowl or FIFA, and that you're just billing the Stadium Authority. Do you plan to go back and take those amount of hours and then charge them to each either Super Bowl or World Cup?
Right.
Do you plan to go back and do that? Because right now you're just charging the Stadium Authority, which is not responsible for these costs. So it's really important that you articulate what exactly you're doing right now.
Right. Mayor, as I've said last week and as I said this week, all of the costs that has been incurred for the pre-planning has been billed to the Stadium Authority, and we are compliant with Measure J, point one. Point two, we do not yet have agreements with the Bay Area Host Committee with regard to reimbursement of costs. We are working on that. It is very much known that we spent much of 23 obtaining the agreement so that we can engage in the negotiation we're doing now. With regard to all pre-planning costs for event-related expenses, we absolutely intend to allocate those to the specific events. There's a difference between World Cup versus Super Bowl. We've talked about that in the interest of time.
I understand that. I just want to know, are you going to go back and with all the things that have been done in this 2-hour presentation tonight, are you going to go back and take out those hours and allocate them? Or are you just going to leave them in the stadium authority? It's a pretty clear question.
Mayor, we are fully compliant with Measure J.
No, just please answer my question. I just want to know, do you plan to go backwards? Because let me give you an example. The Super Bowl is an NFL event. It's not a stadium authority event. So are you going to go back and get those hours out? Or is the stadium authority going to pay for everything you've done so far?
Mayor, we will attempt to obtain reimbursement for all pre-planning costs that have been incurred and that will be occurred, to the extent that we can associate costs, whether they were incurred prior or whether they will be incurred to a specific event. We will allocate those costs. If I may, whether those costs will be reimbursed will certainly be subject to our negotiations as well as the agreements that you as a board will act upon.
Because we put that in our
Absolutely.
guiding principles, we gave you direction. All right, so we'll get an accounting of that coming up. Certainly I'll be asking for it. Thank you. All right, is that it? I'm going to go to the public. I think we have one public member here, if you'd like, because we've lost everyone online. Please come forward, anybody that wants to speak. I know you've been patient back there. I saw you. Welcome.
Council, John Haggerty. I'm reminded of the line in the movie Jerry Maguire, "Show me the money." How much money, not intangibles, will Santa Clara receive for the use of its world-class stadium? Because after all, no stadium, no game. Okay? Now, a little math is in order with respect to the Pfeiffer events. You have 6 events, 65,000 capacity tickets, so that's 400,000 tickets. Now, I don't know what the ticket will be, but probably the average ticket might be $500. So that's $200 million. And that's not counting the far more valuable TV and advertising rights that we don't even talk about getting. Just the $200 million for these 6 events. How much of that in cash will we get? It's a simple question. That's how we should be looking at it. Not these intangibles, the hotel fees and whatnot, and how everybody's going to feel good about themselves. How much money are we going to get for our stadium being used? Now, so that's my first point. The second thing is, it seems to me that there's an inherent conflict between the Bay Area Host Committee and the City of Santa Clara. They want to bring in as many sporting events as they can. That's what they want to do, for the feel-goodness of it, and also because basically they're a nonprofit on behalf of sporting activities. That inherently entails us getting less money for our stadium. The less money we get, the more attractive we are for them bringing in the events. So they want us, they don't care if we get less money. In fact, they would like us to get less money because then they can bring in more events because, you know, we're a good time Charlie. So that's the second thing I'd like you to consider. Never forget the money. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public want to speak? All right, City Council, do we have a motion to note and file and whatever the Councilmember Jane, the city manager's recommendation?
Yeah,
Can I get that?
Well, I had a question. Will there be a third-party audit when these events are done?
Yeah, I can't speak to the Super Bowl event. I've not dug into that yet, but one of the terms under discussion now with respect to the FIFA event is the extent to which there'll be an accounting and audit at a minimum of all the costs that we've incurred to make sure that they're all reimbursed, and potentially more than that on the overall event to the extent agreement can be reached on that.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Becker, I'm so sorry. Vice Mayor Becker, do you have a motion, please?
No worries. Yeah, I'd like to make a motion to take staff's recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
We have a motion by Vice Mayor Becker, second by Councilmember Hardy for staff recommendation. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. Thank you, everyone, for all of your reports and information. We appreciate it all. All right, next we have the reports of members, special committees, and council member requests. Do we have any? All right, seeing none, city manager, oh. Suds.
Yeah, I attended the Joint Venture Silicon Valley event last week, and, you know, people bemoan the idea that the Bay Area is dying and that all these companies are moving out. Well, it's not so bad. There's a 1.7 million people workforce in Silicon Valley, and that's 1% more than what we had in 2019. We added 88,000 jobs in 2022, but only 2,000 in 2023. Since August 2022, there have only been 36,000 layoffs in tech. That's 1.7% of the total workforce and 7.2% of the tech workforce. The market cap of all the Silicon Valley publicly traded companies is $14.9 trillion, an all-time high. So they were claiming that there's only 4 large companies that have left the Bay Area: Oracle, HP Enterprises, Palantir, and Tesla. Although most of those companies moved their headquarters but left most of their employees here in the Bay Area. So now the bad news is the median price of a Silicon Valley single-family home is $1.8 million. Only 9 counties in all of the U.S. have a median price that is greater than 1.8 million, and 5 of those counties are in Silicon Valley. Last year, we approved only 4,400 housing units. Rental rates are still rising. 60% of renters are burdened. That means they're spending more than 30% of their gross income on rent. 7% of households are living in poverty. That's 1 out of 14. That's using the federal poverty rates. If you used the real poverty rate for what it takes to live in the Bay Area, that means that 30% of households need some form of assistance to get by, and 37% of children need some form of assistance to get by. So that's the news.
All right, city manager? All right, I have an adjournment this evening. I'd like our city council to adjourn tonight's meeting in memory of Nazith Ned Nader Chartney. Ned Nader Chartney, who was the father of our COO, Nadine Nader. Nazith was born in Lebanon in 1942, and after practicing law in Lebanon for a few years, Nazith immigrated to the United States in the late 1960s to attend UCLA Law School, where he acquired his JD PhD. Nazith is remembered by his friends and family as a man of strong values and immense passion. He lived his life guided by principles of honesty, kindness, integrity, and gratefulness. He believed in hard work and perseverance and instilled those values in his children. A passionate and loving father, husband, grandfather, and brother, Nazith dedicated his life to his family and helping those in need. Nazith was an extraordinary man, an incredible husband to his wife, Najat, for 53 beautiful years, a loving, proud, and committed father to his daughters Nadine and Natalie, and a wise grandfather to Aiden and Alina. Nazith is survived by his wife Najat, daughters Nadine and Natalie, son-in-law Juniet, grandkids Aiden and Alina, and siblings Nabith and Noah Chartney. So I'd like to ask the council for an adjournment in Ned's honor for our COO, Nadine Nader. We're sorry, Nadine, our condolences.
Second.
We have a motion and a second for that. Please register your vote. And that passes unanimously, and this meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Have a good night, everyone.